E te iwi nau mai haere mai ki tēnei papahotanga a whakaata Māori. Ka mihi ki ngā maunga, ngā wai, me ngā ahi ki ahika o tēnei rohi. Tēnā koutou katoa ki ngā kai whakahaere, me ngā kai whakataitai, he mihi mahana o ke kia koutou. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. My name is Utah Man. I will be your commentator and walking you through the different matches today. We're at the beautiful Rutherford College, located in the west of Auckland in Te Atatu Peninsula. We've got a cracker of a day ahead of us with 130 wrestlers ready to kind of take on their first matches or see if they can have a chance at a bit of school glory. We'll be getting started in just a moment.
Top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player,
What a try.
every game, live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024, ki Māori Active.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
I've got no skeleton, got nothing to hide.
It's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer. Come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanuia.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs. It's going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan. Tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle?
He's the man. The biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā women.
No, that's not true. Bring it on.
Whakanuia. Te whakapahoa kia na ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
What? Rawe. Peka. Sino pai? Tai aha.
Ko mōhi o koe ki te hanga o te kai kōrero. I runga I te āhua o tana rāka.
Oi. Croc.
Manu kōrero. The makers of Rangatira. Mātaki ki te reo me Māori Plus.
Rangatira.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
This is a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review at our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. E pōrangi mātai.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here at NZSS.
Hey, sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here at NZSS.
Morena, beautiful people.
Look at me. Look at her.
Whoa.
Hee-haw! Hee-haw!
Bang.
Too much.
Sounds ominous. Keep our kaumatua cool.
Oh, you went all the way to the KKK, eh?
No.
Hurry up!
Okay. Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this multinational company's cold store build contract. All proposals were submitted, but the costs were just too high. So the client chose Apollo to help. We sat down with the client and their consultant and had a think. We challenged them on key points. If we closed up the aisle widths to what was required by the forklifts being used and removed the ceiling to make it the roof, we'd save on materials while lowering the building. With the building now the right height and size, the walls can move away from the boundary, removing the firewall requirement, leading to a 20% reduction in cost and now coming in on budget. Now the building is right-sized, the total cost of ownership is lower, it's safer to build and maintain, and it's on budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Atahua.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hei ahua māma te whakarongo, he māma ki te taringa.
Ai. Ko te whakapiki wairua, te mea nui kia hau nei.
Nui ake ngā hua mō tua. That's us.
Tā, ia koe bro, te reo Māori anake, te reo I whai pūtea ai, aku mahi katoa.
Tau.
Bringing the fire every week.
The whole system is... Man, that's what it is.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
Māori Active, streaming live at youtube.com/Whakaata Māori. Subscribe now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees, 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So, they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So, we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024. Ki Māori Active.
Randy, are you ready?
Yeah. Permission to board. Push, push, push.
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God! I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there. Let's go.
No special karakia to speed the process.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Feel the mana.
Can I get a hiya?
Tāte te mai pukano.
Hei kore tūhono tāua whakapo. Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your bro.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So, he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then balanced the critical success factors of function, form and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try!
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
I've got no skeleton, got nothing to hide.
He's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer. Come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanui.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs, going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan. Tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle? He's the man.
The biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā women. That's not true.
Bring it on. Whakanuia. Te whakapahoa kia na ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
What's Rawe? Pekka. Sino pai? Taiaha.
Ko mōhi o koe ki te hanga o te kai kōrero. I runga I te āhua o tana rāka.
Oi. Brock.
Manu kōrero. The makers of Rangatira. Mātaki ki te reo me Māori Plus.
Rangatira.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
Kia ora and welcome back to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. We are at Rutherford College in the beautiful West Auckland. We're just about to crack into the action, ladies and gentlemen. And before we do, I just want to recognise the passing of the Māori King, Kingi Tuitea Puatato Te Whiriwhiro, and on behalf of the New Zealand Wrestling Federation and Whakaata Māori, we extend our heartfelt condolences to his whānau and his iwi as the entire nation joins in mourning his loss. Today, we have a great display of action and athleticism. Wrestling, it's a phenomenal sport. It's a sport I've done since the age of 12 years old, and it's taught me almost everything I know in life, from how to get out of a tough situation to enjoying the moments of glory. And today we get to see a bunch of juniors kind of take on that same challenge and kind of, you know, attempt something that not a lot of people necessarily get to do. What you'll see today are two opponents, one from each school, take on each other. We will designate a wrestler in red or blue, and they'll go through a series of different moves trying to score points and win a 4-minute match. For those of you at home who may not be familiar with the sport of wrestling, I'll just kind of break down the scoring as we go throughout it today. Wrestling is very simple in the scoring. First off, the objective is to get your opponent from his feet to his back. Now, as you attempt to do so, you can score points in a variety of different ways. The first way is just taking them to the ground. If they find their front, meaning they land on their stomach, you'll be scoring 2 points. If they go straight to the back, it'll be 4 points. Our first match of the day, we've got Miller Bliss taking on Noah Langam. Miller Bliss in the red, Noah in the blue. You can tell by their ankle bracelets what colour they are. Miller's from Avondale College and Noah is from Otu Muay Thai. Oh, beautiful. So he's just hit him with a nice head and arm right there. And that's Miller on his back. He'll be scrambling to stay off his back. And that is a short and fast match, but congratulations to both wrestlers for coming out and giving it a crack. Matches can take up to 6 minutes, or they can be as short as that, ladies and gentlemen. And this is probably the most rewarding part of wrestling. You get to see wrestlers' hands raised, something usually only reserved for boxing matches or MMA matches and jiu-jitsu. Not a lot of other sports actually do that. And the beauty of it is that you also have the wrestlers shake hands before and at the end of the match. So there's a lot of respect and recognition of both opponents in wrestling, and yeah, it's fantastic to see that sportsmanship come through. So going back to the scoring of wrestling, and then we'll touch base on what just happened there, but the sport of wrestling, you can score in multiple ways. So taking your opponent down, then finding their front, that's 2 points. If you take them straight to their back, that's 4 points. If a wrestler is on their front and the wrestler is on their back and they're both on the ground, every time the wrestler on the bottom gets rolled over and his back is exposed to the ground, that'll be another 2 points. And if they get pushed outside that orange ring, outside the edge of the mat that you see, that'll be 1 point. So I'll keep walking you through it as we go along. But next up, we've got Max Shallard taking on Conrad Haidat Packer. Max from Mount Albert, Conrad from Westlake. And here we go. So you'll notice that the wrestlers want to stay nice and low. The most important thing to protect in wrestling are your legs. You can't stand or walk if your legs have been taken out from underneath you. So you'll see both wrestlers stay in a nice low position. And just like that, there's a little attempt for the legs. That's a beautiful reversal of the move by Max though. Max has the opponent on his back and he's looking to get both shoulder blades on the ground, and just like that we see a pin. So matches are automatically terminated if a wrestler can hold another wrestler on their back, pinning their shoulder blades to the ground. So you'll see wrestlers, once they go to the back, trying to get their shoulder blades off, and the wrestler on top trying to keep them down. And again, the raise of the hand goes up, and that's a good win for Max. I should also note that wrestlers will have a coach in either corner of the mat. The coach will be yelling out a variety of different instructions, and it's a really cool effort to kind of see how coaches who work with these wrestlers week in and week out have a connection and kind of walk their opponents or walk their wrestlers through what to do. And yeah, now it looks like we've got a little bit of a break before we get into our... Oh no, here we go. Next opponent's just coming up. And this is what you'll see with wrestling. Opponents will come together, they'll hand the referee their score sheet, and there are 3 referees on the mat. You may only be able to see one on camera, but you've got a master of the mat, you've got the referee on the mat, and then you have a third referee, and together they make sure that all the calls are being made appropriately and that the scoring is accurate. Right, and it's important to note that wrestlers need to be identified as either red or blue for sake of the referee, so the scoring is done accurately. So you'll see right there, they're just making sure the referees have, the opponents have the correct ankle bracelets. But next up, we've got Sev Tolhurst from Liston and Idris Amini from Avondale. And the great thing about junior wrestling is you'll see a variety of different uniforms today. You'll see the traditional wrestling singlet, and then you'll see athletes competing in a variety of other different apparel. And that's the beauty of the sport. It's all about the sport and getting as many kids into it and involved as possible. Both athletes looking for position. Again, looking to attack the legs. Amini has a great headlock there, and he's circling around, and beautiful. He's scored. No, not quite. There's a beautiful reversal from Sev. And you'll see a lot of scrambling, but the athletes are essentially trying to find that positioning on the opponent and take him on. And here we go. Sev is going for a leg lace. Again, if he can roll Amini onto his back, he'll be able to score an extra 2. You usually have about 10 seconds on the ground. If there's inactivity across those 10 seconds, the ref will then stand you up. And here's what we've got again. So look to see both athletes getting a little bit tired as the clock goes on and just looking for that position. Staying nice and patient. Amini attacks the legs, and that's a beautiful scramble from Sev. And Amini has managed to get a 2-point takedown and pins him. What a fantastic effort. Congratulations to Idris Amini for that win. That's a great example of scramble wrestling. High-paced, high effort. And yeah, there's so much respect across the sport. After each match, each wrestler will go ahead and shake the opponent's coach's hand and then walk off. Next up, we got Riley Chaffee taking on Louis Joe. Referee and athletes just getting set. Oh, and it looks like that was a forfeit, so congratulations to, I believe that's Riley Chaffee, who wins that match by default and forfeit of his opponent not being here. Next up, we've got match 11 between Rylan O'Shea and Roman Pereira. Rylan coming from Taurau-Dale and Roman coming from St. Peter's. Terradale, see. And while we wait for these wrestlers to come to the mat, yeah, just going back into the scoring again, right? So the main objective of the wrestling match is to kind of dominate your opponent and get them to their back. It's not as easy as what it's looked today, and it's a fantastic display of multiple types of athleticism. You've got isometric strength going into explosive strength. You've got speed going alongside a variety of other different factors, and as these matches go longer and longer, you'll start to see that fatigue level set in. So credit to all the wrestlers who train in a variety of different ways. You'll get everything from weight training to a bit of gymnastics training, flexibility training, and so forth. But this next match, here we go. Rylan O'Shea versus Roman Pereira. And right away, a nice aggressive take. Athletes will be attacking each other's heads, trying to pull each other's heads to the mat. That puts a lot of fatigue on the back. Oh, and he steps in for a head and arm and is able to flip him over straight to his back, but that's a beautiful roll through to get to his stomach. Athletes will be fighting to stay off their stomach once taken down, and the athlete on top will be trying to turn them to get their shoulder blades to the ground. With a bit of an activity, the referee stands them up, gets them reset to go again. And there we go. Well, another thing you'll see in wrestling is a lot of hand fighting, right? They're looking for position, looking to attack the head, attack the hands, kind of find that perfect opportunity and then go on for the attack. At these lighter weights, it's quite entertaining because they're a little bit more agile, and just like that, they can move on a dime. So there's been a roll there. It's a 4-point takedown to red. Blue will be looking to get around to the back, but you can see the athleticism of the wrestler in red. Looking for the throw. Doesn't quite get it because the back is not exposed. About 30 seconds left in this round. The score sits at 8-0. And now it's 8-1. So the wrestler in blue has scored 1 point for taking the wrestler in red outside the circle. And here they're set again. It's also important to note that if a wrestler scores a spread of 10 or more points, so for example, one wrestler's on 0, one's on 10, one's on 2, one's on 12, 3, 13, etc., the match is automatically done in what's known as a technical fall. So the wrestler in red only needs 3 points to end this match or pin his opponent. He attempts an arm throw. The other wrestler is taken to his front. That's a call there. that is half-time. Half-time, the score sits 8-1. And correction, the athletes we're looking at, Riley Chaffee in red and Louis Joe in blue. Louis from Rutherford, Riley from Taradale. During this 30-second half time, opponents will be looking to catch their breath, and coaches will be giving them just a little bit of instruction, hopefully helping them in these next 2 minutes. Today we've got 2 2-minute halves. So the wrestler from Taradale in red, we're looking at 8 points taking on Louis Joe, who's sitting on 1 point. Now he starts to hear the crowd get involved as these two wrestlers look to be our first of the day, who will be going down all the way to the wire, to the end of the clock. When there's a little bit of an activity or what's called stalling, the referee will break the wrestlers up and encourage them to keep the aggression. Wrestling is all about consistent movement, so if you try to slow it down, the referee will move things up. He goes for another throw. That is a 4-point throw, taking Louis straight to his back. If he can pin Louis, that'll be a 4. If Louis is able to get off the ground, the wrestler from Taradale will win based off technical fault, which has happened here. So that's 12-1. Congratulations to Riley Chaffee, who takes us out. Awesome sportsmanship from the wrestlers. They go and shake the opponent's coach's hands, and we get ready for our next match. Our next match, I believe we were looking at Rylan O'Shea taking on Roman Pereira. Rylan from Taradale again, and Roman from St. Peter's. Yeah, and while we wait for this next match, I guess I want to speak to the courage it takes to get in there, in front of everyone. You're on a mat, you've got minimal equipment on you, and it's just you and all your training out there for display. So credit to these wrestlers for trying something that's very hard and very nerve-wracking. And here we go. Pereira taking on O'Shea. Pereira in blue, O'Shea in red. All right, Pereira and O'Shea scrambling, managing to score a few points. We'll see at the scoreboard for the ref's final call. That's 4 points Pereira, 2 points to... Sorry, that's 4 points O'Shea, 2 points Pereira. The point scoring in wrestling can be very, very fast. Awesome. These wrestlers showing a lot of aggression early, looking to attack each other's legs. They're wrestling on the edge of the mat now, so they've got to be careful not to go out. And here we go. They come back to centre. O'Shea with a beautiful takedown straight to the back. That's 4 points. And a pin to O'Shea. Mahi tikana ana. Great work. Again, that's Rylan O'Shea with the hand raise and the win. Fantastic effort from the boys. But yeah, going to what I was talking about earlier, like any individual sport, you know, you don't have a team to back you up. It's just you out there, and maybe different from golf or tennis. Wrestling, you're right there on display. You look around, you've got your schoolmates, your coaches, your parents, the entire stadium and auditorium looking at you. And on top of that, you've got an opponent who aggressively wants to take you down. So yeah, it's a real credit to the courage it takes to get out there. And as someone who's wrestled from the age of 12, I can tell you how nerve-wracking it is. But how many life lessons it teaches you, and it really does teach you how to get out of a hard pinch, and also just gives you that confidence to take on not just a wrestling opponent, but to take on life confident and not nervous. And here we go, next match. We've got Noah Webster from Liston taking on Miller Sharp from Mount Albert. Noah in red, Miller in blue. Miller wearing the New Zealand blue singlet, and he manages to get a quick 2-point takedown. Wrestling to the whistle, he scores 2 points. Nice little dab or high five between the wrestlers. Oh, Noah with a 2-point takedown now. It's good energy. Wrestlers are back into it. Again, you can see that traditional wrestling starts. Miller goes for an underhook. The underhook is a crucial move. It allows you to really manipulate your opponent by being able to throw their body around. So the closer you can get inside and get under the arms of your opponent, the more you're going to be able to control them and set yourself up for a good takedown or a good throw. Oh, what a beautiful takedown from Noah. Noah's looking to turn Miller onto his back. A little bit of an activity. They stand up again. The score is 6-2. 6 to red, 2 to blue. And here the boys go. As you can see from the hard work these wrestlers are putting in, they really are athletes, or whaikatai. And that really shows, you can tell that there'll be a lot of cardio going into their training, a bit of strength training involved, and of course, the most important, wrestling technique. Miller doing a great job of keeping Noah at bay. About 15 seconds on the clock in this round. Will we see another score? 10 seconds left to go. Oh, and a nice little attempt, but he doesn't manage to get it in time with the clock. So the score will say 6-2. Half-time, wrestlers heading to the corner. And again, during this time, it's important that the athletes are able to slow their breathing, regain their thoughts, kind of create a little bit of an action plan for these next 2 minutes. The coaches are going to be giving them as much information without overloading them. And I'll tell you now, it is a welcomed halftime break for a wrestler, as it is probably one of the most tiring things a human being can do. All right, here we go. 4 points only the difference. Let's see how this one plays out. And this is shaping up to be a beautiful whaiwhai or belt. We can see real aggressive and heavy head fighting. Opponents can't strike the head with a punch, but they can, get real heavy on the head, look to grab and pull the head down, and that's going to tire your opponent out. The more you pull down on someone's head, the higher they're going to stand, and the higher they stand, the more likely their legs are to be attacked. Legs or Y-wise. And here we go. Wrestlers just biding their time, looking for that good opportunity to attack the legs. A takedown requires a lot of effort, so you really want to make sure you're in the best position to do so. If not, your opponent can kind of leverage that and get right behind you and score an easy 2 points themselves. Referee just warning the wrestlers of passivity. If an athlete is put on the passivity clock, they have 30 seconds to score. Otherwise, 1 point is awarded to the other wrestler. Miller with the underhook looking for a throw. Can he get it? Not quite. And here comes Webster with another fantastic takedown, taking the score to 8 points to 2. He's looking to turn Miller. Miller trying to stay on his front. the groundwork, and they stand up. 35 seconds on the clock. 6 points the difference. Webster just needs to ride out the clock. Miller needs a big 30 seconds. Needs to score a few takedowns, and he does. He recognises the urgency. He reaches through, and he gets the 2 points. 4 points the difference now. Can Miller roll him for another 2 points? Miller trying to leverage and pull. Will the ref stand them up? Yes, he will. 4 points the difference. 14 seconds left to go. And there we go. Miller shoots in again. 10 seconds left on the clock. Webster biting the clock and actually earns an extra 2 points himself. With your final score being 10-4 to Noah Webster. What a fantastic 5-5 or bout. Great display of wrestling. They showed good stances. They showed great athleticism, great speed, great scrambles. And you can tell both wrestlers will be quite tired and looking for a much-earned break before their next match. And here we go. Your next opponent's coming up for match 13 in the senior grade. We've got Hezekiah Letele taking on David Lee. Hezekiah from Rongotai and David Lee from Auckland. This is the 80 kg weight class. So with these heavier boys, you may see less agility and speed, but watch out because you'll be seeing some big power moves and a lot of strength coming through. Out of these two athletes, I've actually had the privilege of coaching and training Hezekiah a few times. And yeah, he's a fantastic young athlete with a lot of energy. So let's see how Hezekiah and David do. Hezekiah off to a strong start and takes David Lee right outside the mat. So because David stepped out versus a takedown, that's just a 1 point awarded. Had he actually taken David down before exiting the mat, that would have been a 2 point takedown. And there's some nice aggression here, wrestlers resting on the edge of the mat. David goes for a throw, but Hezekiah is able to mitigate that and gets David to his back. Hezekiah looking for the pin. David fighting. If David can get his shoulders outside the mat, then the wrestlers will be considered out of bounds and be restarted. So that's a great takedown from Hezekiah. An even better scramble from David to keep the match going. 5-0 is the score. And here we go. Bit of fatigue starting to settle in now as the wrestlers come on 40 seconds into the match. David with a beautiful ankle pick manages to get 2 points back, bringing the difference to only 3 points. David is looking to roll Hezekiah to his back, get an extra 2 points. If there's too much inactivity, the referee will stand them up. He is cranking on that shoulder. And here we go. Great defense from Hezekiah. So as I mentioned, in this slightly heavier weight class, you're seeing a lot more power. And they're still quite agile enough to give us a spectacle when it comes to the scrambles. Scrambles referring to those moments where the moves aren't super crisp and where athletes are just looking to scramble their way out of moves or score a few points in heavy action. There we go. Again, that fatigue settling in. David going for an ankle pick. Hezekiah manages to counter that, get 2 points of his own, taking the score 7-2. Athletes go out. I also probably should clarify, if the takedown has already been made and the wrestlers are on the ground, if they go out of bounds while both being grounded, there are no points. It's just a reset on the feet. David with a beautiful high crotch takedown manages to spin around and get an extra 2 points just before halftime. 7-4 is the score to Letele. And in this half-time, athletes will be looking to catch their breath, reset, regather their thoughts, and come back. And you'll notice right now these athletes are, relatively fatigued. And I guess for those at home who have never wrestled, if I could describe the feeling, imagine doing a hill sprint and then a burpee and then attempting your heaviest weight lift ever. And then someone asks you to go and run 5K. That is pretty much what the athletes will be feeling. A lot of lactic acid built up at the moment. But they've got 2 minutes to achieve a bit of glory. David looking for that ankle pick, which has served him well. Letele coming with a strong counter. Again, good scramble, no points awarded, even though athletes are throwing each other around. And they'll be looking for a nice, strong power move. David looking to make up the gap with 3 points. Letele looking to maintain his 3-point lead, if not extend it even further. And as I mentioned, right, when the fatigue sets in, athletes tend to stand up a little bit taller. The taller you stand, the more of a target you give your opponent to attack your YYs or legs. And if you can take those YYs away from an athlete, you're then able to score an easy 2 points. Oh, and he's able to roll. Letele to his back. David Lee looking for the pin. He's almost there. Can he pin those shoulder blades to the ground? He can. And a beautiful pin to David Lee. Fantastic pin, David Lee. And that just goes to show you may be down on the scorecard, but if you don't quit fighting, you can still manage to find a win. So that's also for those at home who may not be aware. Your opponent may be beating you by however many points, but if you're able to pin your opponent, there's an automatic win to the athlete who performs the pin. I guess the equivalent would be in boxing, a knockout. Someone could be winning a fight, but if they get knocked out, then they lose. So that would be the equivalent for those at home. And we come into our next match. We've got Zach Petley from Rutherford taking on Josh Marshall from Westlake. Again, I've had the privilege of training and wrestling with Josh before. He's a fantastic athlete, involved in a bit of MMA and jiu-jitsu himself. Trains at school and a variety of other gyms across the country, or Auckland, I should say, including City Kickboxing. Home to New Zealand's greatest UFC fighters. And you can see the energy Josh has. He comes right back to the middle, shoots for a low single, and he's looking for that pin. Zach Petley doing a great job, and that match goes to Josh. Josh manages to get the hand raised. Shout out to those boys for an awesome match. And again, matches can go as long as the 4 minutes that we have today, or can be as short as that, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we've got Maluo Viola from Ainga from De La Salle taking on Caleb Murphy from Mount Albert. Shout out to De La Salle who come into this tournament facing a bit of controversy. Not controversy, sorry, facing some trials. For those who don't know, the De La Salle team car was raided, and all the singlets and shoes for the team were actually stolen earlier in the week. But credit to the New Zealand Wrestling Federation and the wrestling community here in Auckland. Many people have been able to donate boots for today's match and a variety of other singlets. And it's great to see everyone get around these athletes, just making sure that these kids are able to get out there and wrestle today and not let something like that derail them. And here we go. The match is off to a great start. Again, a lot of energy. That is a 4-point takedown. So because the takedown was initiated before the athletes went out of bounds, the referee was able to award the 4 points instead of the 1 for the takedown. Malu looking for the arm throw, and he gets a beautiful arm throw, scoring 4 points himself. The score is now even 4-4, and athletes will be looking to get some control. Caleb Murphy manages to scramble out and score a 1-point reversal. So if your opponent is already taking you down and you manage to reverse the position and get on top of your opponent, they'll score you 1 point. And here we go. 4 to Malu, 5 to Murphy. It's a 1-point push. It's a 1-point score for going out of bounds. And here we go again. Nice high energy. It's been a great first minute into this match. Malu looking for the head and arm, looking to get his hip in there. Caleb Murphy looking to pull back, and he does. That's great defense from Murphy. Murphy will be looking to roll Malu. Doesn't quite get that roll. 7 Murphy, 4 to Ainga. And here we go again. Malu Ainga resting on the edge of the mat. Typically, athletes look to avoid doing that because it gives their opponent an easy 1. But with that, Murphy is able to score 4 points, taking the match to 11 points to Murphy, 4 points to Malu. Murphy scores another 2 points, taking it 13 to 4, and is able to get the pin. Fantastic effort, some strong wrestling, some great strength. And the hand raise goes to Caleb Murphy. Well done, Murphy. Shout out to these athletes, many of whom are wrestling for the first time or in their first season. The De La Salle team has actually been put together in the last 3 or 4 months. Shout out to their coach, Josh, who's taken that initiative to bring the sport to an area that hasn't necessarily seen too much love for the sport. And yeah, credit to all they're doing down there at De La Salle. We look forward to seeing more of their wrestlers. And that was a great display of wrestling from Caleb Murphy today from Mount Albert. Really calm, collected, was able to manage the strength of Ainga. And yeah, we look forward to more matches coming from these two later in today. Our next match, you can see opponents are slightly bigger, and that's because they're in the 92 kg weight class. We've got Paula Louis Manning from Rutherford and Seb Comrie for Terradale. So as mentioned before, the 92 kg weight class is going to be slightly slower than the lighter weights, but there's a lot of power to be had. So let's see how these athletes go. They'll be wrestling a much different kind of tactic. Looking for underhooks and looking for throws as opposed to takedowns. And that's just the nature of the beast. It's harder to take down an opponent who's got more weight. So you're looking for that underhook, you're looking to throw your opponent. And you can tell both wrestlers right now really fighting for that position. So there's a body lock from Seb. And he manages to get Paula to his back. 2 points for Seb and a beautiful pin. Fantastic effort to Seb. I may stand corrected. I believe that was Keanu Oliver from Dilworth who won, taking on Christian Tuai. But yeah, as we're at for our next athletes, you know, talking about wrestlers who are in their first year or in their first matches, I can remember my first match. I was 13 years old, and I remember going out and taking on 3 very seasoned wrestlers, and I managed to lose each one. But I remember coming off the mat and feeling quite accomplished that I, was confident enough to get out there. And funny story for you, I actually lost every match my first year wrestling. That's how hard the sport is, and it actually pays homage to, the technique of the sport. Technique trumps strength, it trumps speed any day of the week. And although I lost every match in my first year, 4 years later, I managed to become a ranked wrestler in Southern California. And so I guess that's credit to all the wrestlers out here today. They're doing something that's hard. They're doing something that doesn't come easy, even to the most athletic of them. It's really exciting to see some of those new on the journey, and it's quite rewarding to see those who may have been on the scene 2 years ago and have actually grown into these great wrestlers that they are today. Let's see who we have coming up next. All right, I believe what we have now is Taine Evans taking on Vincent Youngwin. And here we go. Some nice energy. So Taine goes for the double leg takedown. That takedown is stumped by Vincent. Vincent from Rutherford College, Taine from Taradale. And again, you'll see athletes looking for that underhook. A lot of energy being exerted right now. Wrestlers wrestling on the edge of the mat. So will we see a 1-point push out? Will we see a takedown? Let's find out. Another takedown attempt, stuffed. There's a head and arm. He goes to throw. Can he get it over? And he does. He manages to get Vincent onto his back. Taine looking for the pin. Vincent looking to fight to his stomach. And he manages to do so. So 2 points to Taine for getting that takedown. Going to the athlete's back. Vincent looking just to not be turned over so they can stand up and wrestle again. And the referee does just that. Shout out to Kai Wawam, or referee. He's refed me many a times, and he really knows his stuff. That's another 2 points to Taine Evans. Again, looking for another roll. Vincent looking just to keep his cool to the ground. Not give up the roll, but he does, and goes to his back. Taine comes away with the pin. What a great effort from these two athletes. And look at that sportsmanship. Helps Vincent up. And you'll see this constantly throughout the day, but there is nothing like getting your hand raised after a wrestling match. It validates all the hard work. Validates all the nerves. Validates the making weight. All the things that go on to making the sport great. Right there in that moment when your hand gets raised. Right, before we get to our next match, we'll just have a word from our sponsors.
It's a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
te hihioki.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātou. Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
Kia ora and welcome back to New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. We are back with 2 wrestlers. We've got Sean Harding taking on James Stewart. Sean, very energetic wrestler, has competed in nationals. Oh, and he gets a beautiful 4-point takedown. Sean has had the privilege of wrestling the Australian Nationals as well as going to Journeyman's in New York, and is very experienced. Manages to get James Stewart to his back, looking for the pin, and it's a nice and easy pin. About 3 minutes, 30 seconds. Oh, the match has been reset. I believe there was a bit of a illegal hold from Sean in attempting to pin James. So they have reset. The score is 6-0 to Sean Harding. James Stewart showing great resolve to stay in there. Looking to not get rolled. Sean happy to go back to the feet. Sean just needs one more 2-point takedown to win this match. James looking to defend. Sean gets the takedown. Oh no. Sean going for the arm throw, looking to get by. James staying nice and active. Sean getting to the legs and manages to get the 2 points. 10 points to Sean. Manages to win by technical fault. And we see James down on the moment. Hopefully James is okay. We will take a word from our sponsors and be right back.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Morena, beautiful people.
Look at me! Look at it!
Bang!
Too much.
Sounds ominous. Keep our kaumatua cool.
Kia ora and welcome back. Next up, we've got Sebastian Gray from Liston in red taking on Isaac Johnston from Tauranga. And right away, these wrestlers are off, maintaining that low position, doing a bit of head fighting, looking for an opening. Johnston in blue in the singlet, Sebastian in the shorts. Good scramble, they go at each other. Sebastian manages to get the 4 points. Isaac looking not to get turned at the moment. Inactivity, the referee will stand them back up. Reset. Wrestlers go right back at it. So you can see right now, Sebastian Gray really heavy on the head, wrestler in the shorts, really heavy on the head, looking to snap down Isaac so he can get to the legs, but Isaac manages to get to the legs first. He's turned in the corner. He just got to get his hips underneath him. If he turns that corner, he'll be able to score the takedown, and he does. Taking Sebastian straight to his back, winning himself 4 points. Looking for the pin. Sebastian manages to scramble his way out. Oh, Isaac takes him straight back down. Sebastian fighting. And look at the flexibility that these wrestlers have. Sebastian winning 2 points back with that reversal. And we are level 6-6, 42 seconds left to go in the half. It's a great display of strength, flexibility, and a beautiful high crotch attempt from Isaac in blue. But that is stuffed by Sebastian. Wrestlers being a little bit fatigued, wrestling from their knees. Isaac with the 2 points. Sebastian looking for the reversal, doesn't score anything. Gets the 1 point reversal. 7-8 is the score to Isaac from Tauranga. About 6 seconds left on the clock in this half. Athletes happy to let the clock wind down. And there they go, they get their breather. Well deserved, gentlemen. High scoring match. 7 takes on 8. With the current leader, Isaac Johnston from Tauranga in blue. about 5 or so seconds until the wrestlers are called back to the centre. And now you'll be able to tell the lungs are burning, the breathing's heavy. Both wrestlers pretty evenly matched. It'll be who can make the least amount of mistakes and who can keep their foot on the gas. Nice little high five, show good little sign of respect. And here we go. The athletes are right back into it. Isaac looking for a throw. Sebastian looking to wrap his hands around the body. That is, they'll go out of bounds at a neutral position. Score stays the same. 1:45 left on the clock. So when they go out of the edge of the putter or mat, they can either score 1 point, but if they both kind of go out without one having an advantage position, there will be no points. Isaac gets around the Waiwais, attacking the hope and manages to climb up Sebastian's torso, giving them a takedown, ending 2 points. 3 points of difference, Isaac in the blue in the lead. Isaac looking for the roll, Sebastian manages to hold tight. 1:13 left to go. How will this one play out? Really starting to see the fatigue settle in now. And when fatigue sets in, definitely going to be able to see some big moves come to play. Isaac attempting the ankle pick. And you can tell Sebastian wants to stay low, but he's staying low in his head only, not his legs, and that gives Isaac the window to attack the legs. But it's a beautiful sprawl from Sebastian. He's looking for the crossface. And the throw, is he able to do it? No, that's 2 points to Isaac. Another 2 points to Isaac. He blows that lead up to 12. Sebastian manages to reverse it. And an unreal reversal from Sebastian. Clutching it with 30 seconds left to go. And a pin. It's anyone's game at any point. What an effort from Sebastian Gray. Great wrestling from Isaac Johnston, who was probably the better wrestler up until then. That's why we love the sport, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
It's a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school and
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather.
Hey, welcome back. Next up, in the 80 kg weight class, we got John Fa'atape taking on Henry Cunnan. Or Kunin. John from De La Salle, Henry from Terradale. Athletes just getting ready to come to the mat now. Just looking for a coach in the corner for Henry. And yeah, just a little bit of confusion on the mat before we get started. And here we go. Fa'atape taking on Henry. Strong energy right out the bat. Great aggression from Henry coming. Manages to get the 2 points and the takedown outside the circle. John, who I believe it's his first year, doing a great job to keep that stance. It'll do well for him to keep the energy high. Well, Henry will be looking to take a little bit of technique that he's learnt and continue to look for these takedowns. He manages to get 2 points. He's now looking to roll John. John looking to stay away from his back. And Henry manages to get the lead to about 8 points to 0. So if Henry can score another 2 points, he automatically wins on a technical fall. John showing great resolve to not go. John attempts a roll to roll out of it, but goes straight to his back. He's fighting to stay off his back. But Henry manages to get the pin. What a fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. Again, shout out to John, who will be his first year, and Henry, who shows a lot of experience and some great skill. As always, good show of sportsmanship. Next up, in the 110 kg weight class, we've got Micah Uhila taking on Zion Teo. Micah from Dilworth, Zion from De La Salle. And this is a match I look forward to. Two big boys, a lot of power in between it. It's going to be a very aggressive match. You can imagine whoever gets taken down first is going to have a hard time getting back up. And although I say you typically see faster, high-paced matches in the lighter weights, these two boys are going at it nice and strong. Zion managing to get a 4-point takedown. He just wants to stay back on the hips. Micah looking to get that reversal, but goes to his back. Zion is out to a lead of 6 points to 0. Zion happy to let the match go back to his feet. Zion can score 4 more points. He wins on technical 4. Micah looking for his first points of the match. He gets the underhook. He goes for the throw. Unfortunately, doesn't come off. Zion exhibits some great athleticism. And Zion manages to get 2 points. If he scores another 2, he will win this match. Good energy. The bigger boys typically have lower gas tanks, so whoever can win in the first few minutes typically wins the match. And Zion gets into his back and a pin. Fantastic effort from these two athletes. Zion Taylor from De La Salle takes it out. Credit to the energy that those boys just displayed. And we'll be right back.
Funding is a real challenge.
Top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
And welcome back to the New Zealand Secondary School Wrestling Championships. Next up, we have Zion Talatofi taking on Clint McLeod. There the boys go. Clint's from Avondale on blue. Goes for the takedown. Manages to score 4 points right off the bat. Here we go. Boys staying nice and low. There's a lot of strength and explosivity in these two athletes. Zion manages to get heavy on the head. Pull McLeod down, but McLeod comes back looking for a takedown. No position given there. Agreed that this is Ruben Dempsey from Rutherford taking on Owen Phillips from St. Peter's. Wrestler in blue getting out to a strong lead, 8-0. If he can score 2 more points, he wins this match. Wrestler in red looking to score some points, give himself a bit of breather, hopefully get into the next half, and he does. That gap cutting down to 6 points, the difference. Sebastian from Liston is in red. August Vega is in blue. Sorry for that confusion, ladies and gentlemen. All right, August in blue, looking to capitalise on his lead. Maybe even just keep his lead and let the clock run out. No, it's not the cloth from what she's cut. He decides to go on for another 2 points. But Sebastian manages to reverse that, scoring 2 points of his own. And that lead is cut to 4 points. Can Sebastian roll August for another 2 and make a comeback? August does manage to get 2 points of his own with the reversal, extending that lead back to 6 points. We're at 10-4. There we go. Sebastian in red goes for the leg. August attempts to throw, but it doesn't come off. Can Sebastian settle and get August to his back? He does, and he's looking for the pin, and he exactly does that. Great comeback from Sebastian Awalatia, and a great display of athleticism and explosiveness from August Waenga. Working through these matches quite fast. We'll be right back.
It's incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
And welcome back. That was a fantastic match from our 110 kg weight class. It's awesome to see the athleticism that some of these big athletes have. There's a lot of power in there, and no matter what weight class we're looking at, it's so cool to see how athletic these kids are, the hard work that they've been putting in. And yeah, real credit to them and their coaches for getting here today, at the moment, we're about to look at our first women's match of the day. Margaret Smith taking on Bella Kilmatova. Margaret in red, Bella in blue. Margaret represents Avondale, Bella representing Terradale, and they are right into it right away. So, a little lighter, you'll see a little bit more explosivity. And Bella off to an early 2-point takedown. Staying nice and active. Margaret looking not to get rolled. Bella manages. Does she? No. Great defense. Oh, she's close. Bella does manage to get the back exposure, giving herself 2 points. Trying not to go to her back is Margaret. Bella manages to get her over. Bella looking for the pin. And she's got it. Congratulations, Bella. And these two young ladies. Shout out to Taylor Ford as well, who became the first woman wrestler to represent New Zealand at the Olympics just a few months ago. I'm sure a huge inspiration for these two athletes. We'll be right back.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go one. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Kia ora, and we are back. Apologies, I got the last names wrong. So now we are looking at Margaret Smith in red and Bella Kilmatova in blue. And these two ladies are right at it right away. Looking for a trip is Bella. But Margaret manages to get the reversal. Takes Bella to her back. Can she get the pin? You'll see she's staying on her toes. That puts all the weight right onto her athlete, your opponent. Looking to fight, looking to fight. Oh, bit of a enthusiastic coach. And just an unfortunate hand position there. The ref decides to stand them back up. I don't think there's any dirty play involved, and these athletes will be getting right back to it. There is a 1 point penalty awarded to red, just for the potential eye poke. But it's wrestling, and that does happen. Oh, and a beautiful head and arm throw from Margaret. She manages to get Bella to her back. She's looking for the pin. It's close, and she does it. Congratulations, Margaret Smith from Avondale, on that win. Awesome sportsman, awesome example of sportsmanship right there. And we'll be right back with some more matches.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Hei, pauri atu.
Kia ora koutou, and welcome back to New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships here at Rutherford. Give me one moment as I figure out who we have coming up next, but it's been a great display of wrestling today. We've seen multiple weight classes, multiple skill levels, young men's and young ladies all going at it. And it looks like we've got Terradale School up next, taking on Liston, I believe. So I believe this is Tom Ferry from Terradale in the red, taking on Sean Cadles from Liston in the blue. The colours denoted by the ankle bracelets that each wrestler is wearing. This match is in our 16 kg weight class. So again, expect to see a lot of agility, a lot of speed, a lot of great movement. Sean just looking for a coach to come to his corner, and we'll get started momentarily. And Mostaba from Iran, a training partner of mine, or a coach of mine even, will be coaching Sean. And here we go. Wrestlers are off. Tom Ferry in red, Sean Cadles in blue. Tom Ferry off to a strong start and takedown. Manages to get Sean straight to his back and wins that in an astounding 11 seconds. Congratulations, Tom. Yeah, great display of showmanship right there. These matches can go, again, as long as the clock or as short as that. And it's just a credit to the different skill levels and the different preparation. Shout out to both of these young men for coming out and giving it a solid crack.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritizing function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Another awesome match. I believe that's Dominic Lawler taking on his opponent in red. Dominic in blue looking for that hidden arm right now. You can hear a few of his coaches in the background maybe. And it looks like we have St. Peter's taking on Rutherford, I believe. Underhook from Dominic Lawler. He manages to get his opponent to the back. He's looking for the pin, Gets his opponent, he's holding him there. Opponent looking to roll through. Staying in control, and a great roll through to not be pinned. It's a 4-point takedown to blue. Taking that lead out to 4-0. Gets his opponent back to his back for another 2-point roll. Still looking to pin him. Looking to stay nice and heavy with his weight. He's close. But the wrestler from St. Peter's stays up just long enough. But Dom comes away with that pin. Congratulations to Dominic Lawler, whose mum also represents New Zealand in wrestling at the 65 kg women's weight class. Fantastic effort. We'll be right back.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go one. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, The project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
All right, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Miller Bliss from Avondale taking on Max Shallard from Mount Albert. And Max off to a quick lead with a beautiful 2-point takedown. And that was a double leg to the Wawais, or double leg to the legs. And that's where you attack both legs at the same time. And now that he's got his arms wrapped around those Wawais, he's looking to roll his opponent. Every time he rolls his opponent and his opponent's back turns to the mat, that's 2 points. And that takes Max out to an 8-point lead. If Max can score 2 more points, he wins this match automatically by technical 4. Oh, nice arm drag. Looking to get her on the back. And a beautiful up and over throw. That is 4 poodle or points. Taking the final score to 12 points to 0. Fantastic win to Max Shallard. An awesome effort from Miller Bliss from Avondale. Beautiful display of sportsmanship there as they give each other a hug. And we are getting into our next match, which is Sev Tolhurst from Liston taking on Noah Lungin from Otumortai, excuse me. These wrestlers are in the 65 kg weight class. Always fun to watch that weight class. See the speed, see how fast they move, see the agility, see the flexibility. As a 97 kg wrestler myself, I'm envious of the way these guys move. Quick shake of the ref's hands. And here we go. Reminder, Sev in the red ankle bracelet, Noah in the blue. And here we go. Both wrestlers being very cautious of engaging early. They're also standing very tall, something a little bit unorthodox, but hopefully one of them can capitalize on the others. All right, now they're locking up. Ref not too happy with the level of passivity, so just give them a warning. He said, let's move a little bit faster. Let's stay engaged. Let's not back up. Reminder that you can actually be put on a pedal clock or point clock, meaning if you are put on that clock and you don't score within 30 seconds, 1 point will be awarded to your opponent. You only get put on that clock if the ref deems that you're being too passive, meaning you're backing up, you're not engaging. And here we go. The athletes have been warmed and they are right into it. No points just of yet, as no position has, or no wrestler has position, but Noah manages to get the 2-point takedown. He's looking to turn Sev onto his back, which he is able to do. Get another 2 points, and can he get the pin? He can. Beautiful win from Noah. Just biding his time, staying patient, managing to get that turnover. And like I said, ladies and gentlemen, nothing like getting those hands raised. We'll be right back.
Ai. Ko te whakapiki wairua te mea nui kia hau nei.
Nui ake ngā hua mō tua, that's us. Ha, kia koe bro, te reo Māori anake te reo I whaipūtea ai, aku mahi katoa. Tau.
Bringing the fire every week.
The whole system is man, that's what it is.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Kia ora koutou. Back with another match in the 65 kg weight class. We've got Idris Amini in red taking on Conrad Packer in blue. Alright, Idris staying nice and controlled. Conrad off to a strong start. Idris keeping that arm there. He's got to be careful he doesn't go to his back. Conrad manages to get him to his back. Can he stay off his back? Not getting pinned. Conrad looking for that pin, squeezing tight. And a fantastic effort from Conrad to get that pin. A lot of strength there from Idris. But Idris just reaching back slightly, gives up the points. Conrad from Westlake taking out that win. Fantastic. We'll be right back.
And go. Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here at NZSS.
Morena, beautiful people.
Look at me. Look at her.
Bang.
Too much.
Sounds ominous. Keep our kaumatua cool.
Oh, you went all the way to the KKK, eh?
Yeah.
Hurry up!
Okay. Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
And welcome back. Next up, in the 80 kg weight class, we've got Ryan Harding taking on Riley Chaffee. Athletes are just fighting at the mat at the moment. And let me just confirm that I have the right mat. One thing with a wrestling tournament, it is high-paced and very fast-moving. Matches end within 15 seconds. Sometimes they end at the very end of the allotted time. And here we go. Yeah, so we've got Ryan Chaffee from Taradale in blue, Ryan Harding from Mount Albert in red. 80 kg weight class. And here we go. Athletes are into it. Again, the very traditional wrestling low starts, trying to protect the legs. Looks like Riley is looking to use a little bit of speed. Ryan trying to keep things calm by holding them down. Riley off to a beautiful takedown. It's a full-point takedown because he's able to take his opponent straight to his back. He's looking to roll him. Ryan's just looking to stay low. Oh, and a beautiful throw from Riley. Ryan looking to stay on his stomach. Stay controlled. Riley looking for the pin. Ryan is staying calm, stays to his stomach. Hopefully the ref will stand them up soon, and he does. So when there's an activity on the ground, the ref will stand them up. The score is 6-0 to blue. Ryan Harding will be looking to make up that gap. Beautiful little snap down. But Riley just keeping that pressure. Ryan going for a throw, but doesn't have the position to do so. Riley gets a 4-point takedown. And the match is over due to technical fall, which is a 10-point spread. So if an opponent scores 10 points on their other... If an athlete scores 10 points on their opponent, then they automatically win the match. We'll be right back.
That's how it works.
Someone to keep my...
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hei ahua māma te whakarongo, he māma ki te karenga.
Ai. Ko te whakapiki wairua te mea nui ki a hau nei.
Nui ake ngā hua mō tua, that stuff. Tā, kia koe bro, te reo Māori anake te reo I whai pūtea ai, aku mahi katoa. Tau.
Bringing the fire every week. The whole system is... Man, that's what it is.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
No time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay and App to speed on through. Oh yeah, feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather.
Kia ora, welcome back. And we are into our next match. It looks like we have Miller Sharp in red from Mount Albert taking on Hezekiah Letele in blue from Rongotai. Both these athletes demonstrating two different skill sets. Hezekiah, very raw, very aggressive, very strong. Miller Sharp, highly technical, loves an underhook. And he also loves a drag by, so when he kind of throws his body to the side, he's trying to pull his opponent in front of him, get to his opponent's side. And as I said, Hezekiah got a lot of energy, going nice and hard, straight to the body, attacking the legs. But Miller, with that good technique, manages to kind of evade and keep Hezekiah at bay. Still looking for that drag by. So looking to get to the side of his opponent, maybe even pull his opponent to the ground and then quickly get around to their hips. Referee warning of passivity, maybe locking the wrists. Puts Miller on warning. And again, wrestling is all about being patient. You want to stay aggressive, you want to stay strong, but you want to attack when the moment is right. All right, another warning to each other. It may be passivity, it may be the hand position in the face. But the refs do that just because wrestling is short time periods and we want to see as much action as possible. You want to award the most aggressive wrestler at the end of the day. All right, here we go. Now we start to see the athletes kind of feinting, looking to capitalize on a moment. Beautiful snap down from Hezekiah, who manages to get around the body. Miller will be looking to kind of get a little reversal. Hezekiah looking to get around the back. There's no points until Hezekiah can get to that back. If they go out the circle in the position that they're in, and maybe 1 point to Hezekiah. He's pulling tight. They reset. So at moments where there's not much movement, even if an athlete has a dominant position, they will be stood up due to a stalemate. So something to look out for as well. I believe that was another warning to Miller to get active or being put on the passivity clock. Miller does exactly that. Shoots for a takedown. Hezekiah snapping down the body, just needs to get around to their back. And right now, it looks like there's a lot of energy being used by Miller to get out of there, but Hezekiah will be feeling it as well. So he stays on top, trying to keep that lock and load. If he can just grab that leg, which he attempts, and just gets around the back. He's got a cradle, but he runs out of time. It's 1 point blue, and that is awarded to Hezekiah off the back of the passivity clock that Miller Sharp was put on. So Miller Sharp would have been put on a 30-second passivity clock, in which if he does not score within those 30 seconds, 1 point is awarded to his opponent. And so we've got a couple different outcomes that could come from this. But it's exciting. 2 minutes left to go on the round. 1-0. Only point scored due to the passivity clock. It is anyone's match. There they go. Where's the energy? Who's going to pull trigger first? Miller very aggressive. Going for that shot, but he's almost reaching. He needs to kind of get his full body in there, almost like a tackle. And Hezekiah manages to get around to the back, scores the 2 points, looks for the pin, doesn't quite get it. Now he's got a half Nelson, and he's got a double half Nelson, looking to really, really crank that. He gets Miller to his back, and now he's looking to pin him. Looks like Miller's low on energy. Hezekiah just needs to pin those shoulders to the ground, and he does. Fantastic win to Hezekiah Letele. Beautiful effort from Miller Sharp. It was a very entertaining match. Awesome to see the hand raise. We'll be right back after we hear from our sponsors.
Off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Kia ora koutou, and welcome back to New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. Next up, we've got another match in the 80 kg weight class between Slade Waikazoric taking on Zach Petley. Slade from Liston, Zach from Rutherford. And right away, these athletes are off to an aggressive start. Slade goes for the double leg takedown, manages to get to the back, scores 2 points. Now he's looking to roll Zach. Pulls Zach back to the middle, showing extreme dominance. But if he's not careful, Zach will roll through. He manages to get Zach to his back, winning himself another 2 points. The score is 4-0. 4 to red. It is Slade. Zach, representing Rutherford in blue, yet to score. All right. Seems like Slade didn't come to play. He came to wrestle real aggressive. Zach staying nice and controlled. Gives his leg almost to Slade, and Slade with another beautiful 2-point takedown. Zach's got to get off his back. And Slade with a pin. Fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. Nice high energy. And we are rolling through it. It's very exciting to see the matches go quick. It's exciting to see the matches go long. It's a real treat for wrestling fans here and those of you at home who are a fan of the sports. A pin is always great to see, but I would almost argue that a 6-minute, or in today's case, a 4-minute match is just as equally exciting. It's awesome to see the big throws, the many takedowns. And we've got our next match coming up between Josh Marshall of Westlake taking on Malu Viola Aiga from De La Salle. Again, Josh is a very, very seasoned wrestler. He does a lot in the MMA space and in the jiu-jitsu space. I mentioned before, he's actually even trained with some of New Zealand's greatest MMA athletes at City Kickboxing, or CKB, in the Mount Eden area. But a great example of a Kaifakataitai athletes. He takes on Malu Ainga from De La Salle. Two athletes very strong, one with a little bit more experience. Let's see how this one plays out. Reminder, Josh is in red from Westlake. Malu is in blue from De La Salle. And here we go. Both staying low. Josh will be looking to set up his position, staying heavy on the head, gets the underhook, and he goes for the leg tap. Manages to get Malu down for 2 points. Now, can he turn him? Going for the crank. Malu manages to get out. Malu going for the potential throw. No position gained or lost, so the score stays at 2-0 to Josh. He's looking now for what you call a gator roll. He managed to get around the head. Can he do it again? That roll earned him 2 points. The score is 4-0. Wrestles right back into it. The ankle tap serving him well. Staying heavy on the head. Oh, and he jumps over. That was flashy. Gets Malu to his back. 4 points scored from that interaction. We're now sitting 8-0. He gets the roll. It's a 10-0 lead, earning Josh the technical four. Congratulations, Josh Marshall, on that effort. Maloanga showing some great strength and resolve. This being his first year in the wrestling program at De La Salle. Great example of athleticism. We will now go to our sponsors and be right back.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learned here in NZSS.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
And we're back. Up next from Rutherford College, we've got Yosuke. Apologies. Let me just double check. Yes, from Rutherford College, we got Yosuke Matsu taking on Paula Louis Manning, both from Rutherford. So this is mate against mate, school against school going on at this moment. I am good friends with the Rutherford coach, who also represents New Zealand. He's there in the back left corner, Bram Richards, Commonwealth Games medalist. So these athletes have been trained by some great talent. It'll be very interesting to see who takes this one out. Referee just reminding them of some of the rules. That happens when you're new to a sport. But hopefully these athletes can put that behind them and go right into it. Both standing tall. As they get more experience, they'll stand lower and lower. But right now, it'll be a battle of who can get to the other's legs. Yosuke going for a trip. Oh, and he manages to get it. Even though Pola almost had the reversal. He's looking for the pin. Pola on his back. Yosuke just leaning a little bit too far. He's almost there. Oh, and a beautiful reversal. It is a 1-point reversal to Pola. Four points to 1. Yosuke in the lead. And this is where experience really does come to help. Yosuke will look to keep that lead. Pola will be looking to close that gap. The athletes are a little bit passive at the moment. And I think Pola has just put a little warning for talking to his corner during the match. Little things that he'll learn as he continues to participate in the sport. But here we go. Athletes are looking aggressive. Oh, Yosuke goes for a trip. Manages to get the 4 points. Oh, Paula comes through and earns himself 2 points. It was almost a big, huge throw from Paula at that moment. But Yosuke did well to stay athletic and get around. The score is 8-3. 8 to the wrestler in red, Yosuke. Taking on Paula, who's at 3 points. 5 point is the spread. If Yosuke can score another 5 points, he will go on to win this match. As long as Paula doesn't score again. And it's always nice to see athletes have a little crack and a little smile. They're clearly mates, they're clearly training partners. Yosuke goes for the throw, doesn't manage to get it. Paula gets the 4 points. Yosuke goes to his back. Yosuke looking to roll Paula through. And just like that, a match that was seemed to be one-sided almost evens up. 8-7 to Yosuke. Paula looking to roll Yosuke. Yosuke wanting to belly out at the moment, but chooses to stay on his knees. And he does just enough to get the stand-up from the referee. There we go. Athletes looking for it, and we are at half-time. So again, you know, little experience needed to be gained, knowing where the corner is. But it's awesome to see these athletes that are new to wrestling participate in the sport. I can remember my first day walking into a wrestling room, very, very nerve-wracking, especially being about 12, 13 years old, seeing seniors in there at around 17, 18, fully developed into their man bodies, throwing each other around, slamming each other on the mat. And I remember how intimidated I was. I remember stepping onto the mat for the first time and how intimidating that was. But to see these two athletes come out today, clearly new to the sport, but smiling, that brings a bit of joy to my heart. And here we go, right back in for the second round. Yasuke looking for the trip. And Polo manages to get the 1 point as Yasuke steps out of bounds. It's one pedal or point to Polo. And we are now even, 8-8. Yasuke going for the throw. No transition of dominance there, so the score stays level. Polo looking for the snap down. Yasuke just want to get to his hip underneath him. He'll be able to get a massive throw there. Polo looking to just stay heavy on the body. Again, referee warning for passivity, brings them back in. The athletes seem to be relatively tired, and that's why they stand up so tall, but a beautiful trip from Yasuke, who gets the pin and wins this match. Fantastic effort, and shout out to Rutherford College and their new wrestling program and their head coach, Brian Richards. Fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. We'll be right back.
Around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 120 years.
Kia ora koutou, welcome back. Our next match of the day is a 92 kg freestyle match between Seb Comrie of Taradale taking on Keanu Oliver from Dilworth. Keanu wrestling in blue, Seb in red. And one thing you'll find with wrestling tournaments, especially in the grade schools, is making sure your wrestlers are ready to go right away. It becomes hard. There's a lot going on. And so Keanu's rushing over, getting the singlet on. And here we go. Athletes getting ready to take on each other. And that's the joy of a tournament. Fast-paced, fast-moving. You've got to be ready to go at any moment. Keanu looking to stay heavy on the head. He looks for the throw. He gets to the back. And that is 2 points to Keanu Oliver from Dilworth. Can he roll him to his back? Seb looking to stay on his knees. Keanu does get Seb to his back, earning himself another 2 points. The score is now 4-0 to Keanu from Dilworth. Keanu looking for another roll. If he doesn't manage to get any action in the next few seconds, the ref will stand him up. And they crawl to the edge of the mat. Going out of bounds. The ref brings them back to centre. Now again, you'll see the athletes stay nice and low. They really want to attack the hope or hips. If you can really turn these hips of an athlete, you get them kind of go anywhere you want. They also stay real heavy on the head or mahunga. And that's what we see right now. Both athletes got a hand behind the mahunga, really snapping each other down. It puts a lot of stress on the back, and if you can imagine someone pulling you down from the head, your instant reaction will be to want to stand up. And that gives you that gap. But Oliver does a great opportunity, does a great move, getting the throw, and gets rolled himself. Seb getting a 2-point reversal. That is the beauty of wrestling, the consistent scrambles, one person dominating, the next person finding a way through. You have to be very careful about where your weight stays. If you lean too far over your opponent, you can be rolled over. If you sit too far back, you might be able to get away from your grasps. But great energy and effort being displayed. 6 points to 1. Oliver in the lead from Dilworth currently. And here we go, Oliver attempting a little fake and fade. Seb Comrie getting rolled from Oliver. Oliver needs a pin or one more point to win this. He manages to get the pin. Congratulations to County Oliver from Dilworth, Seb Comrie, some great energy and effort. Fantastic wrestling from these two. Awesome to see the hand raise. And we'll be right back after we hear from our sponsors.
Farmer around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steep hills.
Kia ora, welcome back. William Webster from Liston in red, taking on Taine Evans from Taradale in blue. The colour of the anklets represent what colour these athletes are. And a beautiful little snap down there from William Webster. So, if you can stay heavy on your opponent's head, keep snapping them to the ground, it's super tiring. And in cases like that, you can actually get your opponent's hands on the mat, which gives you that opportunity to get around. William Webster with a beautiful push and through, getting his opponent, Taine Evans, to his back. Earns himself a 2 or 4 point takedown. We'll just wait for the refs to confirm. There's a 4 point takedown. 4-0 is the score. 4 to red. All right, William Webster in red. Looking for another massive power move. It's quite interesting. Taine Evans, relatively unorthodox. It's quite scrambly. He's able to get himself around. William Webster gets those 2 points again, taking the lead 6-0. Seen a bit of heavy breathing out there. It's tiring stuff wrestling. Taine Evans looking to close that gap. And then Webster is blowing wide open. There we go. I love seeing that. Little high five. Recognises each other. Shows a bit of respect. They go right back into it. Webster with the push out earns himself 1 point. The score is 7-0. Going out of bounds brings the wrestlers back to centre. And there we go. There's some effort from Taine Evans. Unfortunately, it doesn't come off, and Webster is able to reverse it. He's trying to get Taine to his back and manages to get the score out 11-0, winning by technical 4. Congratulations, William Webster. A great effort from Taine Evans in that match. We'll call that Pahitika Ana. Some great work. We'll be right back as we hear from our sponsors.
Farmer around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātai.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
Kia ora koutou, and welcome back. We have Rutherford College by way of Vincent Nguyen taking on Alex Collins from Dilworth. Vincent in red, Alex in blue, and the 92 kg freestyle weight class. All right, so both of these opponents opting to look to pull the other one out, looking for a bit of positioning. Vincent manages to get the 2 points, but a nice little scramble as Alex finds his way back on top. And it's 4 points to red, 2 points blue. The scoring wrestling happens so fast, so that scramble would have earned a few points. They stand back up. Good energy. There we go. Athletes right back into it. Vincent staying aggressive, pushing forward. Alex looking for that throw. You can see his arm under the hips. Vincent looking for the double leg now. He's driving. I believe that may be 1 point to Vincent, and it is for the push out. The score is 5-2 with a spread of 3. Here we go. Athletes right back into it. Vincent attempts another big takedown. He manages to get it and a throw. He throws Alex again, taking his score 9 points to 2. Maybe a little bit overzealous in that last effort. Finds himself on a very beautiful reversal from Alex. Alex looking to get the half Nelson, that's where he come under the armpit and around the head and turn his opponent. If he can do that, he'll earn himself some 2 points and crawl back. The referee stands them up. 37 seconds left to go in the half. 9 points to Vincent, to Alex's 4. And here we go. Vincent looking with that underhook. All right, an unfortunate restart. Seems like Alex just had maybe an illegal hold around the neck. And that's the beauty of the sport. Unlike jiu-jitsu or boxing, wrestling's all just about grappling. So you usually protect the head quite a bit, protect the joints. Great sport for young people to take on, to learn technique and aggression, but it's very controlled, very safe. Alex going for a takedown. Vincent gets a pull, almost gets a massive throw. Oh, can he pull Vincent over? With that head and arm securing the 2 points. No score quite yet. Vincent earns himself 2 more points. The score is now 11-4. He gets a roll again, 13-4. And Vincent can score 1 more point. He wins this, and that's time. A little bit of confusion on the clock. Time was called. Athletes reset. Vincent relatively tired. He's got 2 minutes left to go. Alex looking to capitalise on the fatigue that Vincent is under at the moment. This is a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you enjoyed. Go. About 2 seconds for the athletes to come back to it. I believe there is a slight pause as an athlete has been a little bit sick on the mat, so we will be right back in a moment to cover the second half of this match.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up.
All right, and we're back for the second half of this entertaining match. 13 points to 4. Vincent in red with the lead from Rutherford, taking on Alex Collins from Dilworth in the blue. Vincent can score 1 point. He earns himself the win, but Alex manages to get a 4-point takedown. Winning. No, not quite. Taking the lead up to 13 points to 8. Can he turn Vincent onto his back? If he can, he'll earn himself another 2 points. He almost had the pin. What was a one-sided match is now flying back into quite competitive. He gets another 2 points. We're looking at 13 points to 10. Vincent fighting for that lead. And just like that, fatigue and a variety of other factors can contribute to an entertaining match. Both athletes out on their feet. 13 points to 10. We've got a minute 13 left to go on the clock. There we go. Oh yeah, referee just telling these guys they can be sportsmen after, but when you're in there and you're wrestling, you have to wrestle. All right, here we go. Full in action, they go again. Here we go, 1 minute on the clock. Who's going to win this? Like I said, it's a fun one. A couple athletes new to the sport, but they show a lot of fight, and that's what we want, right? We want to see the mana, want to see the mahi. All right, 1 point blue. There is a lack of activity, which has given the point to the athlete in blue. Alex from Collins only needs 2 points to tie things up, 3 points to win. Can Vincent maintain his lead? Just getting a good little warning from the referee. You have to wrestle. You cannot stay passive. Alex just tying his shoes. And here we go. Athletes back into it. 45 seconds on the clock. Can Alex pull a rabbit out the hat, as they say? Oh, Vincent shows a little bit of energy. Gets a takedown. The spread has gone 15-13. A very high-scoring match. Vincent on his back. 28 seconds left to go. 2 points in it. Vincent just cannot be pinned, and he wins. He stays off his neck. Shoulder blades. He wins. Alex desperately looking for a pin in. A great show of resilience from Vincent, who gets the reversal. 12 seconds left on the clock. 10 left to go. They're all over the place. They're twisted. They're tied. 1 point. There's 1 point the difference, and tie. Oh my goodness. 15 points to 14. These athletes have given it their all. Kia kaha, Vincent. You've won the match. 1 point to spare. These athletes deserve a well-needed break. Hand raise coming in a moment. Keep your head up, Vincent. Oh, the finger point too. What a fantastic effort. We'll be right back for your next match.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Kia ora koutou. We are back for our next match in the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships here at Rutherford College. And we've got Sean Harding taking on Isaac Johnston from Tauranga. Sean representing Mount Albert in red, Isaac representing Tauranga in blue. These two athletes have met before. They know how each other wrestles. They're highly explosive, highly competitive. Let's see how this one plays out. Sean with a beautiful up and under. He gets in on the legs, on that single leg, and manages to get the 2-point takedown. Staying heavy on the hips now. He'll look for a roll or a throw, but it seems like Sean is happy to go back to the feet and earn himself another 2-point takedown. Isaac going for the low ankle pick. Sean gets heavy with the underhook. Heavy on each other's head. Isaac looking for the leg, manages to get it. Sean staying heavy on the neck as well. It's a beautiful display of aggression from these two athletes. Sean able to use a bit of technique against Isaac to get to the back, earn himself 2 points. Isaac escapes, and they are back on their feet. Sean with a beautiful ankle pick, reaches across the body, hooks the legs in. And the score has blown out 6-0 if Sean can score 4 more points while maintaining the 0 points for Isaac. He'll win on a technical fall. But this is a danger zone for Isaac. He's got to turn things up, hopefully get some points back. minute 15 into this match so far. The fatigue will be settling in. Isaac looking for the 2-on-1. There you go, head to head again, looking for the snap down. Isaac wrestling from his knees. Can he get to the legs? Sean looking to turn the corner once again, and he does. He gets on the ankle, turns the corner. Great display of dominance here. If he can roll him, no, they stand back up. The score is 8-0. If Sean can score 2 points, he wins. Isaac looking to claw back that lead. Isaac will be wrestling smart now. He's got 10 seconds left to go in the half. Perhaps reset. Danger zone. Sean's got the back. Isaac turning in. Almost. And a beautiful 2-point takedown from Sean Harding. Congratulations to these two wrestlers. Sean Harding wins on technical fall. Great athleticism from these two. We'll be right back with your next match.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Let's see if we're on lunch. Give me 1 sec. Are we on lunch now?
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learned here in NZSS.
Kia ora koutou and welcome back. We've had some amazing matches so far. We have now reached the middle of the day, so it is lunchtime. The athletes will be taking about a 20 to 30 minute lunch break before we come back. So enjoy these words from our sponsors. We'll see you soon.
Rutherford Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So, they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So, we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Randy, are you ready?
Yeah. Permission to board. Push, push, push.
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God!
I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there.
Let's go.
No special karakia to speed the process.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Feel the mana.
Can I get a hiya?
Ka te mai puka no.
Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your bro.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's all about focus on and off the court. My role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learned here in NZSS.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
I've got no skeleton, got nothing to hide.
It's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer.
Come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanuia.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs. It's going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan. Tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle? He's the man.
Biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā woman. No.
That's not true.
Bring it on. Whakanuia. Te whakapāhoa kia na ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you. We're going to go once. We're going twice. And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Pats. Awe. Pekka. Sino pai. Taiaha. Ko mōhi o koe ki te hanga o te kai kōrero. I runga I te āhua o tana rāka. Hei. Croc. Manu kōrero. The makers of Rangatira. Mātaki ki te reo me Māori Plus. Rangatira.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
It's a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Te hihi oki. Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātai.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Hey. Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Ah, filling and saving. Feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
this isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers. Sold!
It's about being trusted to get a better result for our clients since 1973.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Kia ora koutou, and welcome back to New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. That has been a fantastic morning of wrestling, as we've seen multiple athletes, different weight classes, male and female, exhibit some awesome things that they've learned, some awesome things that they've developed over the years of wrestling or in their first year of wrestling. And our next match that we have coming up is a 110 kg senior match from Micah Uhila versus Zion Talatofi of Avondale. Referees just getting them situated and ready to go. Zion Talatofi opting to take a nice low approach. Perhaps he's going to explode off the whistle. At the moment, the referee's just waiting for the TV to come on so they can manage the scoreboard. Give us one moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Some incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forests so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
I've got no skeleton, got nothing to hide.
It's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer. Come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanui.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs, going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan. Tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle? He's the man.
The biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā woman.
That's not true.
Bring it on.
Whakanui. Te whakapahoa kia na ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
Kia ora, welcome back. A bit of technical difficulty there, but here we are ready to go. And we're right into the action as Maika Uhila from Dilworth takes on Zion Talatofi from Avondale. Now, in this 110 kg weight class, the athletes typically stand a little bit taller. They'll be looking to kind of use a throw or really dominate using their weight. A lot of energy and intention right there. The rest is reminding them, hey, let's not bang, let's instead wrestle. And they'll just check them. And that is a beautiful snap down from Maika. He manages to get around to the back of Zion. Staying on his back, he's looking to turn Zion. Zion just wants to stay calm here, not get rolled over. The referee stands him up. And here we go. A fun, energetic match ahead. It's about 45 seconds into the first half of this match. Maika attempting a little ankle pick. Zion catching his breath, probably waiting to explode. Here from the coach, a call for a duck under, snap down. Zion attempts the arm drag right there. Maika looking to change levels. Maika maybe not engaging it as much, being put on the passivity clock. Referee warning for hands to the eyes, hands to the face. Again, keeping athletes safe, trying to keep those fingers or bati-batis out of the eyes. Oh, and a beautiful full-point throw from Maika. He manages to get Zion to his back. Looks like a pin is imminent. And there we go. Beautiful pin by Maika Uhila on Zion Talatofi. Great effort, great energy from these two. And as always, wrestling, you expect it to be gracious in winning and gracious in defeat. Congratulations to Maika on that win. We'll be right back after we hear from our sponsors.
This is a solid region, I reckon.
Oh, hot. They're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Te hihi oki. Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes.
Okay, cool. and gentlemen, we just wanted to recognise our sponsors today, who do a lot for sponsoring school sport. We just want to give a shout out to De La Salle, who have earned themselves the Altogether Better prize. Angela from Bays is going to be presenting that prize. For those of you who don't know, De La Salle team had a bit of an unfortunate event happen just a few days before this tournament. All their wrestling gear was stolen. So thank you to the wrestling community kind of helping them get ready for today's tournament and give them a hand. And I'm going to turn it over to Angela, who's going to present them with that Altogether Better prize for showing some resilience and coming out today and making it work. Kia ora and welcome back. That's awesome that Bailey's was able to do that for the De La Salle wrestling team. As you may have heard, they've had a few setbacks by way of their gear being stolen, but shout out to the wrestling community for coming together and helping them get to this tournament and compete. And we actually have one of their wrestlers up now, Zion Teo from De La Salle in red, taking on Clients McLeod from Avondale. And we're off. McLeod's onto a very high energetic start. Zion, strong around the hips. He goes for the pull up. Can he get the step through? He does. Takes McLeod to his back, but it's nice and energetic. And a beautiful scramble to get both athletes back on their feet. 4 points to Zion for that takedown, but he's resting on the edge of the mat, and he manages to get the 1 point push out as well. We're now looking at a 5-0 lead to De La Salle. Setting up nice and tall. Zion standing tall, legs exposed, but he's able to kind of put pressure through his hook there onto the back of Clients McLeod. And Avondale right now trying to fight. Bit of a stalemate here. The ref might stand him up. Wrestling's all about the angles. Zion exhibiting great strength, being able to pull Clients off the ground, and he swings around, gets 2 points, takes the lead out, 7-0. Avondale's in danger now of losing to technical 4, given the spread of points. Referee stands him back up. Great example of strength. Here we go, wrestlers doing a bit of head fighting. Science goes for the leg shot. They're shooting straight on. Harder to do with bigger wrestlers. 2 points for Zion. Zion attempts the roll, gets it, and ends up winning this match by technical 4 with a total spread of 11 points to 0. Fantastic effort from Zion Teo of De La Salle. We will be right back with your next match.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them like grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Morena, beautiful people.
Look at me! Look at her! Hee-haw! Hee-haw!
Bang!
Too much.
Sounds ominous. Keep our kaumatua cool.
Oh, you went all the way to the KKK, eh?
No.
Hurry up!
Okay. Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
And welcome back to the Secondary Schools Championships. New Zealand Secondary Schools Championships, Wrestling Championships. Next up, in the 110 kg weight class category, we've got Duncan Alloway Allen taking on Sebastian Awalatia. Awalatia in blue, representing Liston. Allen representing Kuruanui. Allen in the singlets, red singlet. Awalatia in the shorts. And that's a beautiful body wrap by Allen. He's able to get Awalatia to his back. I believe that's a pin. The ref agrees as well. And that is all wrapped up 27 seconds into the match. Congratulations to these two athletes. It's a thing with the heavyweight game. If you get stuck into your opponent, it's very hard to scramble out compared to the 65 kg weight class. Great example of strength from Duncan. Next match coming up just in a moment.
Time to fluff around today? No worries. Just swing into Caltex and pay for fuel with Pay an App to speed on through. Ooh, yeah. Feels good. Use it at your local participating Caltex.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years.
And we are back. Your next match looks like it's going to be another senior heavyweight division match between Cruz Tui and August Bainga. Fantastic. Actually, I stand corrected. It looks like this is Sione from Avondale taking on Smith from Avondale in the 53 kg weight class. The wrestler in blue going for a single leg. He's able to get the leg, but he's unable to finish the takedown. Instead, he opts to push his opponent out of the circle, earning himself 1 point. The score is 3-0 to blue. You can tell which athlete is which based on the colour of their ankle bracelet. And here we go. Athlete in blue looking to circle around nice and fast. And earns himself 2 points, taking that spread of points 5-0. Can he turn his opponent over? Past 90, he can. He's now looking for the pin. If he can pin his opponent, it's all over. He may be able to do so. He's close. Put all that weight through the body. It looks like he has it. Does the referee agree? He does. A fantastic pin. These guys must know each other. Awesome embrace after the match. Great display of showmanship. Fantastic stuff. We'll be right back with your next match.
Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Kia ora koutou. And we're back with the seniors 110 kg weight class. We've got Cruz Tui taking on August Vainga. There we go. Cruz early on the legs. August countering with the legs. Wrestlers looking close. Wrestling close to the sideline or the edge of the porta or mat. And Cruz manages to get that single leg. Beautiful spin around. You'll see how he turned the corner there, earning himself an easy takedown. And he goes for the gator roll. Earns himself 4 more points by rolling his opponent twice. Takes the spread 6-0. August Vainga, who we saw earlier today, very explosive wrestler. He's got a great shot. Let's see if he can get that shot away. Cruz Tui with a beautiful high crotch comes underneath. Can he get the trip? He can. It's a 4-point takedown. And the match is complete based off that takedown. Congratulations, Cruz Tui. Very entertaining takedown. August, unlucky not to be able to display some of his takedown skills right away. Fantastic effort from these two athletes. We'll be right back after a message from our sponsor.
Permission to board. Push.
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God! I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there. Let's go!
No special karakia to speed the process.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Kia ora and welcome back. I believe this next match, we will see our first juniors wrestling in the day. Juniors will be in a separate category to seniors. Obviously, age plays a huge component in making sure that the wrestling is fair and equal and protects both wrestlers. And that's one of the beauties about wrestling. It's weight-based, so you're never going to be taking on someone too much bigger than yourself. And I guess the flip side is you're never going to take on someone smaller than yourself, so you're pretty evenly matched along the way in terms of age and weight. And let's see how these two athletes go. We are on match 154 for the day. And this is Mohammed Naeem taking on Jake Burrows Chatwood. Jake in blue, Mohammed in red. Now, even though Jake has the red singlet, he is the blue wrestler. He gets a 4-point takedown. Interesting. I probably would have called that too, but great energy. There we go. High energy. Jake in blue going for the takedown. Referee's just having a little bit of deliberation at the moment. Deciding what the accurate pedal is, or points. It looks like an athlete has a bit of blood on him, so matches will automatically stop if there's a bit of blood time. Actually, it's not a blood time stoppage, it's a challenge. So they're just making sure. Oh no, it is blood. Sorry for the ladies and gentlemen, they're just working out something between the referees and having the correct singlet. These things happen, it's the nature of the sport. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So, he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver.
Kia ora, and we are back. These things happen, ladies and gentlemen. You've got to be in the right uniform. Not everyone has singlets, but I love the tenacity of this under 15 match. You got Jake from Dilworth taking on Muhammad from Te Aratu. Both wrestlers going at it, very lightweight, so strength is there. Few rolls. Muhammad with a 2. Cutting that lead that Jake has down to 6 points. Jake looking to turn the corner. Muhammad get another 2? Jake goes for a slam. It's a 5-point throw. Takes lead out to 12. That is a spread of 10, and that is the match. Bit of a bizarre match at best, but congratulations to Jake Burrows for that win for Dilworth. We'll be right back with your next match.
Our top rangatai.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try!
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024. Ki Māori Active.
Randy, are you ready?
Yeah. Permission to board. Push, push, push!
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Kia ora koutou. We are back with match number 163. We've got Jet Namoa from Liston and Red taking on Watam Rajesh from Te Atatu. Rajesh putting number defense, but Jet with a beautiful takedown. Super explosive. And here we go, we reset. The look on Jet's face looks like he means all business. Rajesh exhibiting some beautiful defense. Lets Jet into the legs. Gets the 1-point push out. Score 4-0. It's been a high-paced 20 seconds. Jet with another 2-point takedown. Takes the score out 7-0. If he can turn Rajesh, he'll get another 2 points, which he does right there. The score is 9-0. If Jet scores even one more point, with Rajesh not scoring, he will win the match on technical 4. Stand it up. Rajesh looking to claw back a lead. Can he do it? He goes for the legs. Great tenacity. Looks for the throw. Jet gets the legs. And a beautiful takedown, 4 points. Taking the final score to 13-0. Winning by technical 4. Awesome effort. And Jet's hands go up. Well done to Jet Namoa. Fantastic effort from these two young athletes. And credit to the hard work they've been putting in. Awesome to see them doing it so young. We'll be right back with our next match.
It's a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
And welcome back. We are into another women's match for the day. it looks like we have Mokushia Sione taking on Margaret Smith. Mokushia in red, representing Avondale, and Margaret also in blue, representing Avondale also. It was a push out to blue, and blue also manages to get an arm throw, but red staying nice and nimble, manages to roll through that arm throw, earning her 4 points to blue. Takes the lead for blue out to 5-0. Margaret looking to roll her opponent over to earn another 2 points. Sione will be looking to stay strong and not give up any more points, but instead call back with a takedown or a score of her own. The athletes are going hard and fast at it. Sione goes for the takedown, but that's a great spool by Margaret Smith. She knows what she's doing. She gets round to the back. Can she roll Sione? She cannot, so the referee stands them back up. Well, this is looking quite one-sided. Congratulations, Margaret Smith, on being able to exhibit so far. Sione with an attempt for the legs. She's desperate for some points. And Margaret proving dominant as she rolls around and gets in the back. Margaret needs one more point to win this match. Sione looking to put up a major comeback. 40 seconds left in the half. Here we go. Just tying the shoelaces. Catching breath a little bit. And here we go. Can Smith do it? Will Margaret pull back the lead? Smith has the underhook. She's going, and she's able to get Sione to her back. Fantastic display of dominance from Margaret Smith. But hats off to both these wrestlers for giving their solid effort. We love to see the smiles. We love to see the hand raises. Great example of sportsmanship. We'll be right back with our next match.
No skeleton, got nothing to hide.
It's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer. Come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanuia.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs. It's going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan. Tough.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle, he's the man.
Biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā woman.
That's not true.
Bring it on. Whakanuia. Te whakapahoa kia na ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Kia ora and welcome back. Our next match is the women's 73 kg wrestling match between Charlize Chandra from Waiuku in red, taking on Louisa Varea from Otumotai in blue. Charlize has represented New Zealand, and that shows with a beautiful single lead that she takes, earning herself 2 points. Can she turn the hips of Louisa? She may be able to do so. She's cranking that half Nelson, trying to get Louisa to her back. If Louisa's hips go over, it could prove to be dangerous for her. They do go over. Charlize holding tight, almost has it. Louisa got a deep underhook though. Charlize's got to be careful she doesn't get rolled through. And it looks like she may have it. The technique proving to be too strong. She's quite dominant on top at the moment. Louisa stuck on her back, and a beautiful pin to Charlize Chandra, New Zealand representative wrestler. Great stuff. We'll be back with our next match.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers.
Kia ora. up next, we've got Kyra Baker from Nanai in red taking on Bella Kilmatova from Terradale. Kyra with a beautiful head and arm manages to get Bella to her back. She's looking for the bin. Bella looking to fight off her back. She's trying to roll through. Can she get all the way through? Referee taking a close look. Can he find the shoulder blades on the ground? Kyra holding tight. Shoulder blades seem to still be up. Bella fighting. You can see the grit in her face. And she does it. She manages to find her stomach. Kyra with a beautiful 4 points. She's looking to attack the legs now. Referee says we'll stand it back up. And here we go. Wrestlers right back into it. Looking to stay low. Beautiful single leg from Kyra. She gets on the leg, but can she finish it? Bella looking to stuff the head down. Kyra looking for the double. She's got to drive through, but Kyra does a great job to defend it, driving her head down. She's just got to fight, stay on her feet. Still 0 points at the moment. Bella fighting hard. No points awarded yet. The referee might stand them up, and he does. And that's sometimes the best thing you can do, ladies and gentlemen, is just kind of hold. Let the referee stand you back up. Don't put yourself in any dangerous positions. And look, we're right back into it. A match that almost seemed to be over is right back into it. Bella staying on top, nice and heavy. Kyra looking for that double leg. She's getting her off the ground, but she doesn't necessarily quite have the strength to get her up and over. This is a great example of defense and just relentless will. Bella looking to get around the corner. They stood up. And here we go. 30 seconds left in the half. What will happen next? Bella gets caught in that head and arm again. That's a 4-Peter throw, or 4-point throw to Kyra Baker. Looking for the pin, looking to squeeze, tight. 10 seconds on the clock. Shoulder blades seem to be up. Bella rolls through, staying nice and strong. 1 second. Time. Athletes will be going to their respective corners, catching their breath, coming back for 2 more minutes of great action. It seems to be quite dominated by Kyra Baker at this moment. Bella Kilmatova is showing some fantastic grit and is fighting quite hard. Let's see who will win this next one in just a moment. And I guess off the back of this, just a huge shout out to all those involved with women's wrestling. It's really grown around the world, and New Zealand is doing a great job in heroing women's wrestling. We had our first female women's Olympic wrestler by way of Taylor Ford this year, and I'm sure she's been a huge inspiration for young girls like Kyra and Bella. We're right back into the action. Just under 2 minutes left to go. Kyra with a double leg. She lifts her up and a beautiful 4-point takedown. Can she get the pin as well? I believe she can. The ref will be checking the shoulder. But either way, if Bella does roll through this, the win automatically goes to Kyra for the technical fall. Fantastic match and great win to Kyra Baker, who represents Nana School. Awesome to see her hand get raised. We'll be right back with our next match in just a moment. And we are back. We have Angus Reid from Wraithkill taking on Tom Ferry from Terradale. And they're off to a strong, aggressive start. Reid in the New Zealand wrestling singlet. That's a beautiful takedown from Tom Ferry. Utilising the leg lace now. Can he roll Reid onto his back? Goes for the gut wrench. Just needs to block the hips, but Reid does a great job of staying flat, not giving up any more points. There you go, the athletes are right back into it. Reid opting to wrestle with wrestling shoes, which I would say is a great advantage for the sport. Tom Ferry opting to go barefoot. Just looking for that key moment. And Angus Reid is able to find it, but he gets actually reversed and rolled by Tom Ferry. Tom Ferry gets a 2-point takedown. Would have been 4 if Reid went to his back, but he managed to stay up and just go down to the hips with a hook bit. And this is quite cool. You have quite a bit of an audience watching these two wrestlers at the moment, so they'll be feeling that energy and. Yeah, hopefully we continue to see big plays from that of Tom Ferry and Angus Reid. Angus Reid staying heavy on the head. Can he find the opening? Tom Ferry doing a great job of level changing, going high, going low, little feint there. And when you're feinting, your opponent's going to get really, is going to start to react. And the more you react and you don't know what your opponent's doing, it's actually quite tiring. It throws you off. You can't find a rhythm. Angus Reid goes for a fireman's. He is able to get the 2-leg or double-leg takedown. Tom Ferry fighting to stand back up, but Reid manages to bring the score back within distance. 2 points Reid, 4 points Ferry. And can Reid get that half Nelson and roll him over? That's half time. We've got 2 minutes left to go. Good solid match between these two. Tom Ferry slightly gingerly as he walks over to the corner. Hopefully he's all right. Tom Reid getting some good instruction, getting some deep breaths in there. I'm sure both these wrestlers will pull a rabbit out of the hat in this next half. And we're in for an entertaining one. There we go. Reid versus Ferry. Who will take it out? 2 minutes left to go. And the athletes are right back into it. Reid side to side, looking for that feint. Ferry decides to put an end to that movement with a head grab. He's heavy on the back of the head, pulling Reid down. The goal now will be who can get to the other's ankles. It seems like both these athletes love a low single and then climbing up the body. So we'll see how it rolls out. A lot of head fighting here. Although the legs look very close, I would say in wrestling terms they're a world apart from attacking the legs. So it's who can get one's legs close to them. And Ferry manages to score 1 point, pushing Reid out of bounds. Anytime you step outside of the pura or mat, and by pura I'm referring to the outer circle. So you've got the purohita oroko, which is that inner circle, but it's that outer circle that if you can hit your opponent outside of that, it's 1 point. Tom Ferry being warned of passivity. Referee saying, hey, keep the action up. You've got to keep wrestling. And that's really done just to make sure that the matches stay fair, that people aren't running away, and it puts the opponents just on action. I thought that might be a point to Tom Ferry for the step out. And it is. So Tom Ferry goes to 6 points. That takedown that he scored does not count because Angus Reid had already stepped out. And Tom Ferry has a 4-point lead that he's trying to maintain. And that's a beautiful drag through to earn Angus Reid 1 pedal or 1 point. Fatigue will be settling in. You've got 40 seconds now. Angus Reid goes for the double leg. Tom Ferry reaching back. Can Angus Reid finish it? He can. And just like that, the match is within 1 point. There is 27 seconds left on the clock. Both these athletes showing a lot of mana. Who is going to come out on top? Angus needs a roll. If he gets that roll, he wins. They're stood up. There's 15 seconds left to go. Angus needs a takedown to win. Tom Ferry just needs to maintain the lead by 1 point. He's got 10 seconds to do so. He'll be looking to stall it out. Reed looking to attack. Reed looking to attack. And he does so. Here's himself 2 points. Taking the lead. 7 points to 6. And that is time called. All right. Bit of a judgment call being made. Referees deciding who's going to win this match. Just confirming the points. And it has been confirmed that Angus Reed pulls a rabbit out the hat in the last 10 seconds to beat Tom Ferry, who wrestled a great match himself. Fantastic display of wrestling from these two wrestlers. That was a fun one to watch. We'll be right back with your next match.
And go! Just fill up at a participating Caltex, stack your pump discounts, and you could collect more savings on your next visit. Oh, there's another one. Getting quite good at this. Filling and saving. Feels good.
Ladies and gentlemen,
This isn't about what we wore back in the day.
we're going to go now. Going once, going twice. No more offers.
Kia ora tātou, and we are back with your next match. Seniors, 65 kg. We've got Miller Bliss taking on Sev Tolhurst. Miller in red representing Avondale, Sev representing Liston. Just like that, we're off to a frantic and fantastic start. Sev able to score 2 points on Miller relatively fast. Miller looking to stay strong, not give up any more points, get back to his feet and get a takedown of his own. Referee stands him back up. 30 seconds gone in this match. Also Miller reaching, but he's showing some good feints. Just looking for that opening. Both these athletes will be kind of figuring out, okay, when should I go for the legs? Sev does so. Miller almost walks into him, so Sev takes advantage of that, gets to his back. Now he's going to be attacking the hope in, the hips, and really looking to see if he can turn Miller, which he does. Oh, not quite. Miller does good to stay flat. Stay flat, he's reaching, and he gets rolled. That's 2 points. Now looking at 8 points to 0. So if Sev can score 2 more points, as long as Miller doesn't score, he will win this match. Miller just wanting to stay nice and controlled. Here we go, the match is stood back up. Miller in danger zone now. He's got to make sure he doesn't get taken down. Sev just picking his opportunity. He won't rush in, he won't give up points, he'll just find the right opportunity. Miller's lead leg is there for the taking. Oh, but Miller takes a takedown. He's driving from his knees. Sev does a great job of sprawling. Puts his weight down. Circles around the back. And I'm sure will earn himself 2 points. He's just going to get to the back, and he does. He gets Miller to his back. Miller's fighting from his back. At this point, Sev has won it, but can he pin him? Just for the final record, it's great to have more pins than wins on your record. Fantastic. Sev Tolhurst, Sev Tolhurst wins that match for Liston in the blue corner. Fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. We'll be right back with your next match.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather.
And welcome back. Next up, Conrad Packer from Westlake taking on Noah Lungen from Otu Motai. Connor in red, Noah in blue. And here we go, wrestlers right into it. Connor in red looks for the ankle trip. There's a head and arm attempt from Noah in blue. And right now, both wrestlers are really attacking the upper body. I feel like whoever can get down to the hips will score those takedowns. Connor in red manages to get Noah down and earn himself 2 points. He's now looking to lace those legs. He has it. If he can roll through, he'll then earn himself 2 more points. He's going to the right. He may need to go to the left. He pulls one more time. And the fact that he was not able to roll that after having such a deep leg lace speaks to the core strength of Noah Lungan. Great wrestling from these two. Here we go. Conrad staying low. Got the legs for the taking. And that's the danger when you stand up. You give your opponent an opening. Connor looking for another roll. And he finds the right way to take him. 2 more points. He's at 8. If he can get one more roll here, he wins the match. He's pulling, and he does it. Congratulations to Conrad Hidiapaka, who defeats Noah Lungan. It was a great example of strong wrestling from these 2 wrestlers. And it's real fantastic to kind of see the athleticism that these athletes have at a very young age. I know I probably wasn't as fast and nimble at that age, so credit to them. We've got our next match coming up in just a second. We'll be right back after we hear from our sponsors.
Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at...
Kia ora, welcome back. This next match in the seniors 80 kg freestyle weight class category sees Roman Pereira in red from St. Peter's taking on Riley Chaffee in blue from Taradale. Riley with a beautiful 4-point takedown. Gets Roman straight to his back. He's looking for the pin. Roman's trying to roll through. But Riley stays on top and earns himself the pin. Short plus sweet. Fantastic effort from both these wrestlers. And that's Taradale, who have been on a very, very good roll in today's tournament. Fantastic display of athleticism from these 2 Kai Whakataitai, or athletes. And that was a fast but entertaining whawhai all bout. We'll be right back with your next match in just a moment.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Trevor Johnson and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Just about to find out who's wrestling next. But I just want to, credit all these Kai Whakataitai or athletes from around the motu or country for the efforts that they've put in today. You may have heard me earlier talking about how tough this sport is. I would argue it's the toughest sport in the world. I know there are a lot of people who might disagree with that, but there is no glory in it until your hand is raised. Training is hard, making weight is hard, getting out there by yourself in front of everyone is hard. But credit to these young men and young ladies who are taking on this challenge and are willing to put their skills on display. And I guess the difference between wrestling, which is an individual sport, versus rugby or some of the other sports, is that You know, you can't hide behind a team, and that means two things. I had a coach that said it means all your wins are yours and all the glory is yours. But when you lose, it's very telling and it's very real on where you're at. And so this is great character building in the sport for these young men. And next up, we have Antonio Fuimaono Mulipola from De La Salle taking on Miller Sharp from Mount Albert. Antonio Fuimaono Mulipola in red, Miller Sharp in blue. And here we go, they're into it. And right away you can tell Antonio nice and low to the ground, quite athletic, but Miller Sharp just utilising a little bit of change in direction and level change to earn himself an easy 2-point takedown. Antonio staying hips to the ground. He doesn't want to reach back there, but he will, and he's just going to escape. He gets an escape. That's beautiful. 2-0. Miller Sharp with the lead. Fuimaono Mulipola looking for that takedown, and he looks for it. He gets around the legs. Miller Sharp looking to roll. He's got those underhooks on the right side and the overhook on the left, and he's just really quick around turning the corner. That's experience right there. Can he roll Antonio? Antonio looking to stand up. He does. Athlete to reset. 4-0 to Miller Sharp. Legs are open. And Antonio sees that. He pulls it, keeps his head tight. He's going to look for the trip now. He just needs to put weight down on that leg. And he trips him. Earns himself a 4-point takedown. And this is level. 4 points apiece. Antonio happy to stand up. Thinks he'll score another point. Having a bit of a giggle with the ref. That's always good to see. It's all fun and games at this level. Miller Sharp goes for a takedown. It's stuffed, but Antonio's not fast enough around the back, and Miller Sharp capitalizes on that, earning himself a 2-point takedown. Again, it's 2 points if your athlete finds the front. It's 4 points if the athlete is taken down straight to their back. Here we go. What bit of greatness is going to come up next? Antonio catching his breath. He's not careful, he'll be put on the passivity clock. You've got to stay engaged in wrestling. Miller Sharp snapping him down. You can see the legs going, but he takes a dive. Miller Sharp circles around. Kamutu pair. That's some great work right there. That's 2 minutes, half time. 30 seconds, half time break. These athletes will start to feel the fatigue. They'll be getting some good direction. 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, we should see who wins this and takes this one out. It's relatively close matched. Again, Antonio Fuimaono Mulipola comes from that De La Salle group who have overcome a lot of adversity to get here today after their wrestling kit and boots were stolen from their team van. The van has been recovered, but the wrestling gear hasn't, so it's awesome to see the wrestling community get around these guys and just make sure that all those athletes are able to participate today. And this is why we see these athletes who, for a lot of them, it's their first time wrestling, out here wrestling against others who may have done it for a year or two already and being quite competitive. With that, Miller Sharp shows his experience and manages to get the underhook. Antonio circles around, gets a 2-point takedown. He's now looking for the leg lace. And he's looking to roll him. He may just go out of bounds. They stood up. And we are level with 90 seconds left to go. Now, it's a breaking moment for both wrestlers. Do they have the stamina? Do they have the energy to stay in? Miller coming forward. Antonio taking a lot of steps back. Ref may penalise him for stepping backwards. Miller goes for the takedown. Antonio wrapping around the body. Just needs to get around those legs. Get around the legs. Miller does a great job to use that underhook. Stay in control. Come around to the back. I believe Miller thought that initial whistle was his. It wasn't blown, but he lets his opponent up. Less than a minute left to go. Miller leads by 2. Here we go. Antonio looking for a takedown. He attacks the head. Miller gets the underhooks. No points quite yet. Antonio's going to keep his foot behind Miller's in order not to be taken down. No points quite yet. And Miller gets another 2. Miller can roll him. He'll take this lead out another 2 points. Potentially even find the pin. It's now 10-6. Antonio's got 4 points to make up in order to just level this. Miller wants to hold on. Not give up any points. Keep this match going. Let the clock wind down. The clock is your best friend if you have the lead at this point. You don't want to put yourself in any awkward position where you might get thrown. So he should be wrestling a very safe and secure match. But it doesn't always pan out that way. 10 seconds left to go. Does Antonio have the ability to put a rabbit out the hat? And that is time, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic match between these two, between De La Salle and Mount Albert, and Miller Sharp from Mount Albert in blue takes that match out. Credit to the boys on that one. We'll be right back with your next match. Awesome. All right, up next, we've got match number 114. It's Caleb Murphy from Mount Albert taking on Zach Petley from Rutherford. Caleb in red, Zach in blue. And this is the 80 kg freestyle match. Caleb from Mount Albert gets a beautiful leg trip, takes Zach straight to his back. Can he finish it early? Zach fighting hard. He's looking over his shoulder, keeping his shoulder blades off the ground. Caleb earns the pin and wins that in about 23 seconds. What a fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. Congratulations to Caleb, who, as well as Miller Sharp, who just won, wins another match from Mount Albert. We'll be right back with your next match.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Up next, looks like we have Slade. Rick Zorick taking on Josh Marshall. Slade from Liston, Josh from Westlake. This is also an 80 kg. Oh, I stand corrected. We've got Slade, Wiscott. Oh, yes, no. That is the right match, ladies and gentlemen. Josh from Westlake in blue, Slade from Liston in red. And here we are. Again, I've been singing this young man's praises all day, but Josh is a very seasoned professional in this, actually even doing a bit of MMA in addition to wrestling. I've had the privilege of actually wrestling with him myself. And he's a very strong young man. And you can see it right now as he takes the cradle. But Slade has had a great tournament so far, earning himself a few wins. And I look forward to this competitive match. And just like that, Josh has managed to get the cradle. The cradle is one of the hardest positions to get out of once you're in it. And you can see just how debilitating it is. Congratulations, Josh Marshall, on that win. Awesome stuff today, Slade. Wiz Zorick as well. We'll be right back with your next match.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What a that flick pass.
Watch every player,
What a try!
every game, live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Rennie, are you ready?
Yeah. Permission to board. Push, push, push!
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God! I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there.
And next up, match number 116, Christian Tuai taking on Paula Louis Manning, both from Rutherford College. Rutherford, relatively new program to the wrestling scene, coached by Commonwealth athlete Richard Brahm, who also operates the club physical gym. Brahm, teammate of mine, has had some great success as a wrestler, and it's awesome to see the work that he's been doing with these athletes. And just like that, Paula Louis Manning manages to get a quick 4 points with a beautiful unhook and trip. Now, for newer wrestlers, you'll see them standing up quite tall. This opens them up to throws and stuff like that, but it's always entertaining to see the strength that they're able to exert, even with minimal technique. And just like that, Paula has been able to earn himself a pin, a fantastic win in about 40 seconds. Shout out to Christian Tuai, who's also new to wrestling and is enjoying every minute of it. We love to see their smiles. We'll be back with your next match in just a moment.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Feel the mana.
Can I get a higher? Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your bro.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hey, sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Kia ora koutou. We are back with the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. We've just taken a brief break on this match to recognise the Caltex Award. Caltex helping fuel school sports. We'll be giving an award in just a moment. Right, kia ora everyone. So we have wrapped up that Caltex Award and we will be back with some wrestling in just a moment. Let's just hear a word from our sponsors until then.
solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
And we are back. Yosuke Matsuo from Rutherford College takes on Seb Comrie from Terradale. Now, Yosuke has demonstrated he is a wizard when it comes to that outside leg trip. Seb has shown some great resolve in his previous matches today. Let's see how these both fare. Yosuke in red, Seb in blue. Seb, quick for the legs right away. Yosuke with a crossface. We're going to circle around the back. Just want to keep circling. Wrestling's almost a dance. How fast can you turn the corners? 2 points to Seb, who manages to get that takedown. Yosuke going for the lat drop. He is able to do it. Gets Seb to his back. Yosuke looking to hold. And a quick pin to Yosuke Matsuo from Rutherford College. Fantastic effort, fantastic energy. Shout out to these two athletes. What a great match. That was fun, as short as it lasted. We'll be right back in just a moment.
And we farm around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
And welcome back, our next match number 118. We've got Cadril Cobb taking on Taine Evans. Cadril from St. Peter's, Taine from Terradale. Cobb is in red, Evans is in blue. The athletes will be coming to the mat in just a moment. As someone who grew up wrestling in the singlet only back in the US, it's quite cool to see that wrestling all around the world has improved the skins and the tight shirts and stuff. Much more fashionable, and yeah, they look quite cool. So credit to whoever's organised the uniforms at Terradale. But these athletes are right at each other. The referee calls whistle. Terradale didn't quite hear that. A little bit too much passivity between the two. When you're grabbing heads and locking to the outside looking in, you may think they're doing work, but a lot of times that just nullifies your opponent's ability to attack. So wrestling is all about maintaining the flow. And just like that, Taine Evans, without being held down, shoots with a single leg. He's almost got it. Cobb holding on. If Evans can get Cobb to his back a little bit more, he'll earn the 2 points. But Cobb's doing a great job of holding on. Evans almost there. Not quite given. Not quite. And there it is. 2 points. A lot of effort for 2 points. I'm sure Evans will be happy with that. He's looking to crank the half Nelson. He gets Cobb to his back. Can he pin him? A lot of weight on him. Beautiful pin by Taine Evans. A great display of emotion as well. It is an awesome feeling pinning your opponent. And we saw that come out right there. Congratulations to both those athletes. And we continue to work through our matches for today. We'll be right back in just a moment.
A real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through really tough times.
And here we go again. William Webster from Liston taking on Vincent Nunez. Vincent has been an entertaining wrestler. Vincent rolling to his back. Unfortunately, you can't do that in wrestling without giving up some points. Goes to his back and hits pins. A little bit to learn, but a fantastic win from William Webster. Awesome effort from these two. We'll be right back with your next match.
Taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
And welcome back to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. On camera, you will see the team from Caltex here to present the Caltex Award. Caltex helping fuel school sports. And hopefully you can hear that.
Sport is about more than just a game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just a game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
And welcome back. Shout out to Michael Nola, who just won the Caltex Fueling Sports Award, or Good Sport Award, sorry. Michael has done a lot for the wrestling community, especially here in Auckland and in the Greater North Island. Great man and well deserved, Mike. Credit to you. Next up, it looks like we have Ian Shai. Nope. Looks like we have Miller Bliss taking on Idris Amini. Idris Amini in the blue corner representing Avondale. Miller Bliss in the red corner also representing Avondale. So a bit of a mate against mate battle coming up. Looks like Miller has a teammate in his corner. Idris has the coach. And here we go. Let's see how these two fare. Ref just restarting it. Miller looking to push Idris out, getting 1 point. Idris looking for a throw, doesn't quite get it. Miller gets that 4-point takedown. Idris rolls him through, gets his 2 points. Nice and strong wrestling between the two. Idris looking for that half Nelson. Half Nelson is crucial if you want to roll your opponent onto his back. He's looking to lift him up, might pull him over the back. Doesn't quite get there. Athletes are stood back up. And here we go. They're right back into it now. Idris is standing nice and tall. That really opens up his wawais and hope hips and legs to be attacked. But Miller doesn't quite have the technique to get it done. Idris able to circle around the back. Miller, probably the more aggressive wrestler in this effort. Doesn't quite get the points for that effort. And we're all tied up, 4-4. Athletes are back on their feet, minute down. 57 seconds left to go in the half. There we go. All right, Idris with the arm drag, 2-on-1. He's got his head under the armpit. If he can lock his hands and throw, just like that, he'll manage to get a 4-point takedown, which he does. He extends his lead all the way up to 4 points. 8 points to 4. Another 2 for the roll. 10 points to 4. He is running away with this one. Miller staying nice and strong, but gets rolled again. 12 points to Idris. If Idris can get one more roll, he'll go on to win this match. He's looking to push, Miller does a great job of staying belly down. Miller can't afford to give up any more points. Idris wants to maintain his lead and not rush in there too early and lose it. He needs one more takedown. Is he going to get it? He's close. Miller holding on for dear life. Miller wrapped around that leg right now, as you can see. He won't want to let that go. He wants to keep fighting. Idris looking to circle. If Idris can circle. Oh, and he doesn't do it in time. 12-4. The match continues. Saved by the bell, as some would call it. But Miller will be looking to come out strong, claw back a bit of that lead, and then look for a pin or potentially a series of rolls to get himself back into contention for this match. Into the effort. Idris needs 2 points to win. Miller looking to score some points, so he's not in danger of losing by technical fall. He's fighting. Miller with a 4-point throw, and now looking for the pin, which it looks like he has. Miller wins by 4. And then sounding 16-4 as well on the scoreboard. What a fantastic effort from these two mates from Avondale. Fantastic stuff. We'll be right back with your next match.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Hei, pauri atu.
And I'll welcome back. Next up, it looks like we have Conrad Packer taking on Sev Tolhurst. Match number 125 of the day. In the 65 kg weight class category. Conrad from Westlake in red, Sev from Liston in blue. Let's see how this one plays out. Oh, correction. Noah Lundian from Altomai in red. Max Shallard in blue from Mount Albert. Also in the 65 kg weight class category. There we go. Noah attacking the head. Max getting to the legs nice and early. Just looking to turn the corner. He's almost there. If he can get around that corner, he'll be able to score the 2. Noah fighting hard. And Max has earned the 2. Noah wants to stay flat and not give up any more points, but Max is going for the cradle. And he's got it. He may have the pin soon. And he does. Congratulations to Max Shallard on a beautiful cradle pin. He wins that one outright. Fantastic wrestling from Max. And again, nothing like getting the hand raised. We'll be right back with your next match in just a moment.
Jason Bill, and we're farm around the mid-north. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited, and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
And up next, it looks like we have 2 athletes from Taradale taking on each other. As I mentioned before, some cool uniforms that they have. It looks like they're going to be going hard one at another. This is match number 133, Ryland O'Shea versus Riley Chaffee. So Ryland in red, Riley in blue. You can tell by their ankle colours. And that is a beautiful head down throw by Riley, which has been reversed by Ryland. This is a fun one. If not for the tongue twister, for the wrestling. All right, red wrestler on top, looking to get around the back. The score has blown out 6-1 just from that exchange. Ryland in red looking to call back a bit of a lead. He has done so. 4 points the difference between these 2 athletes. Riley going for the trip. Got to be careful he doesn't get thrown himself. Leading with that lead leg. Ryland's going to want to grab that leg in for a single and get around the corner for a 2-point takedown. But with the strong underhooks, it looks like Riley may be able to get Ryland to his back or outside the mat. Those underhooks. Oh, what a beautiful reversal from Ryland, who manages to get the pin. Almost like he caught Riley just slightly. Congratulations to these 2 wrestlers. That was quite a fun one. Mate against mate again. Whatever they're doing down at Taradale, it looks like it's working because these athletes have been phenomenal today. Nice and strong, great technique, and some beautiful throws. Let's hear from our sponsors. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quick, like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
And we are back. I believe referees are just identifying what the next match will be. But yeah, just to speak to the strong effort put in by all these athletes today. We've had wrestlers new to the sport, wrestlers experienced in the sport. Some have represented New Zealand in under 16 or under 17 championships. Others have won national titles. But it's fantastic to see the sport growing to about 40 more people than last year. And here we go with our next match. Match number 136. We've got David Lee from Auckland taking on Antonio Fuimaono Mulipola from De La Salle. David Lee with a quick 2-point throw. Antonio looking to stay strong and not get rolled. David Lee goes for another roll. He's got that head and arm. It's really hard to kind of defend that. And just 2 hands on the back of the head. An illegal move. Referee warns Antonio they reset. David's sprawling. Antonio holding on for dear life. David's going to want to get around the corner. Antonio just wants to hold for the ref, stands to back up. It's a hard grip to hold when you're fully extended. Antonio doesn't want to go to his back. Just stay strong. David Lee all over Antonio. Antonio going for a roll. Not the right decision. Unlike jiu-jitsu, you can't roll to your back without giving up points in wrestling. They go out on the mat. That may be 10 points. That is 10 points, and that is the match. David Lee, 10 points to Antonio's 0 points. Wins him the match by technical fall. Fantastic display of great technique. And that goes back to what I was talking about earlier. You know, athletes are different skill levels going up against each other. It's going to be great experience for those new, and for those that have experience, it's awesome to see them put all those skills on display. Next match coming up in just a moment. We'll hear from our sponsors now.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
And welcome back. Just waiting for our next match. It's been a fantastic day here at Rutherford. We've seen a few prizes given away from our sponsors, Bailey's and Celtics. There's been some fun wrestling matches. We've seen some big throws, some last-minute comebacks, a variety of other fantastic wrestling feats. Women's wrestling, males wrestling, and as we wait for our next match, we may go back to our sponsors, and we're back in just a moment. Maybe like 30 seconds.
It's all about focus on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learned here in NZSS.
Kia ora tātou, we are back. We have match number 138 coming up. This is in the 80 kg freestyle weight class between Caleb Murphy of Mount Albert in red versus Slade Wiczorek in blue, representing Liston. Here we go. These two have both exhibited a lot of energy today. Some strong wins between the two. Let's see how this one plays out. Oh, a beautiful explosive double leg from Caleb Murphy. Didn't quite get Slade to his tuara or back. And just like that, Caleb is right in with the underhook, looking for the trip. Gets another 2-point takedown. Slade playing it safe, goes to his core, tries not to roll or give up any more points. Here we go. 30 seconds in, 4 points to Caleb Murphy in the red. Athletes wrestling nice and strong, a little heavy on the head. Caleb doing a great job of finding those legs. That's partly because Slade's walking into it. Slade's going to keep his head up, keep that distance. But I've seen him get a few big takedowns just like this. He's got the leg. Can he manage to flip? No. Caleb Murphy does a great job of sprawling out, getting around the back. And that is how you turn a great defense into great offense. And that's the beauty of wrestling. It's not all about who's the biggest, fastest, strongest, running through people. Sometimes you just let your opponent come to you, you capitalise on their mistake. 6 points to 0 is the score. Caleb Murphy in the red, representing Mount Albert in the lead. Slade Wizard looking for his first points, and he manages to find them. Snaps Caleb down, gets around the back. And now he too is looking to roll his opponent to earn some points. The gap between the two cuts down to 4. Breathing is a little bit heavy. 36 seconds left in the match. Sorry, in the half. Caleb Murphy looking for the double leg. Can he turn around the corner? He manages to do so and extends his lead back to 6 points. Both wrestlers not willing to move. Happy to be stood back up. 15 seconds left on the clock in this half. Caleb or Slade score. Slade with a 2-on-1. He might try the arm drag, attack the leg. Caleb might look for a trip. And Slade does score. In fact, he almost gets Caleb to his back. This is a really entertaining match so far. And again, the gap cut to about 4 points. It's half time. These two wrestlers catching their breath, getting some instruction from their coaches. 2 minutes left to go. Here we go, referee calling these two athletes back together. Slade Wazorek down by 4 points. Caleb Murphy in the lead. Who will take this one out? 4 points. Could prove to be massive if we've only got 10 seconds left to go, but right now with 2 minutes, plenty of time for Slade to make a comeback. Caleb Murphy really wanting to hold on to his lead right now and won't put himself in any dangerous position. Walking it in. These athletes just finding that gap. Caleb with a beautiful 2-point takedown. Almost certain to finish it, but the ref gives it to him. 6 points is the lead to Caleb. 90 seconds left to go. And here we go. This is crunch time now for Slade. He knows that. He gets the leg. He's going for the trip. He's a bit too high, but he does manage to. No, beautiful scramble. Caleb looking for the throw. And a 4-point takedown to Slade Wazorek. That brings this match within 2 points. Slade has just crawled back to bring this match within one takedown essentially. He's going to want to take a deep breath, reset, and attack those legs. Caleb not wanting to give up this lead. He's just going to try to stall this one out. He is in danger of being put on that passivity clock by the referee. Can he get around? Close. Caleb Murphy almost gifted that by Slade himself. But Slade's got to try. If you're behind on the score clock, you've got to keep moving. Caleb Murphy with now a 4-point lead again. 38 seconds on the clock. And this is crunch time. This is why you do the hill sprints. This is why you do those extras at training. This is when all those burpees count. Slade with the push out. Ends us out 1 point. He's now within 3 points of tying this match. He needs 4 points to win it. And obviously he can't give up any more. Underhook from Murphy, just looking to stall this one out. No points given, 4 points to Caleb Murphy. That should do the job. 10 seconds left to go. He might roll him through, he does. That's another 2 points. And that is time, 18-9. What a fantastic match. You wouldn't think it was 18-9 watching that, but a beautiful 10-second sequence from Caleb Murphy himself, who wins this match. 4 minutes is a long time. Congrats, gentlemen, on the win, Caleb Murphy. We'll be right back with your next match.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So, they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So, we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Kia ora, welcome back. We've got County Oliver from Dilworth taking on Polar from Rutherford. This is match number 139. Polar Louis Manning from Rutherford, that is, in the blue. County Oliver in the red. Explosive effort from Polar as he manages to score the first points of this match with a 2-point takedown. Keanu, what they call a big man's roll, almost earns himself 2 points. He's getting rolled by Keanu, by Polar. He's got to be careful not to give him the points, but for those who are new to wrestling, sometimes when you're attempting that gut wrench roll, you can put yourself in a dangerous position. I'm surprised to see Keanu does earn 2 points himself. 2-3. 2 points Keanu, 3 points Polar. Interesting how they got to 3, but that's been the ruling. Keanu looking to lock hands. He'll be looking for that takedown. He's on the legs. Polar looking for the roll. Not quite a takedown or a dominant throw. Keanu just coming up on the body. Polar's going to be careful not to pin him south by holding on for too long. Belly out, belly out. And he listens to his coach, and that's exactly what he does. Keanu Oliver taking the lead now. 4 points to 3. Gets Polar to his back, earns himself 2 points. Looking for the pin. 6 points to 3 now. Pin imminent. Polar demonstrating some fantastic flexibility, but not enough. Keanu Oliver with the win. Congratulations, Keanu and Dilworth. There we go, beautiful hug. Great display of sportsmanship. Fantastic, fantastic effort. We will be right back for your next match in just a moment.
Permission to board.
Push, push, push.
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God! I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there. Let's go!
No special karakia to speed the process.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
And we are back. Up next, seniors, 92 kg weight class. Oh. Seniors, yes, seniors, 92 kg weight class. We've got Christian Tawai of Rutherford College taking on Yasuke Matsuo. Yasuke is a very entertaining wrestler today, demonstrating he knows how to use that outside leg trip very well. Christian Tawai, big unit, looking to win his first match of the day. And like I said, the outside trip from Yasuke, it's his bread and butter. He's able to get Christian to his back. Yasuke staying on like a bad rash. But great from Christian to be able to fight his way out of it. Yasuke going for the rolls, earning 2 points with every roll, and that is it. 10 points to 0. Yasuke wins by technical fall. I don't think Christian quite knew the match was over, but fantastic effort and great win within 25 seconds. Yasuke having a great tournament so far. We'll be right back with your next match. They're flying like hotcakes. Actually, we want to stay on. Next up, it looks like we have Alex Collins in the 92 kg weight class from Dilworth taking on Taine Evans from Taradale. And that is correct. Taine winning his last match by fall or pin. Very excited after that win. And that's a very interesting part of the day, you know. You've wrestled a few matches. We're coming on about 6 hours of wrestling so far. You can really have some fatigue. You know, your body's hot, your body's cold, and it's really interesting to see how athletes respond throughout the day. And that's why it's so important that these athletes staying hydrated, staying fit, you know, eating a lot. But will that tournament fatigue settle in? Let's see how these two go. Again, Alex Collins from Dilworth in the red taking on Taine Evans in the blue from Taradale. Let's see how we go. Right away, Alex heavy on the head. Taine pushing the action though, he's stepping forward. Got to be careful he doesn't get thrown. He goes for the single leg. Beautiful sprawl from Alex. If Alex can get around the back like he does, he'll capitalise on that mistake from Taine. Now that's great energy from Taine, but he kind of shot with his head down. Puts you in a bad position, especially when your opponent can put all their weight on your back. The one thing I like about Taine, he's got a lot of grit, he's got a lot of energy, got a lot of mana. And here we go, heavy on the mahunga, these two athletes. And the more weight you put on the mahunga, the more weight you put on the upper back. And when your upper back is stressed, the upper back is stressed, it's hard to stay low. You then end up standing a little bit taller, opens up your wawais and your hope to be attacked from your opponent. Now that was a beautiful push out from Alex as he drives Taine out the mat, but Taine with almost a dead man's shot. Gets to the legs, a bit of a scramble, no points given. Taine's got to keep driving, head up, head up. Alex got to get around the corner. Get around the corner, get around the corner. You score yourself 2 points. Taine, keep your head in tight and wins 1 point for himself this Taine as he drives Alex out of the ring. Evenly matched here. It's a minute 13 gone in the half. 47 seconds left to go. Fatigue visual on these athletes' faces. And let's see who's going to capitalise on that. This is where you got to push, and Taine does. He manages to get on his entry to the legs is great. He just needs a little bit more power. He needs to really step in there. He can't fall on it. He's got to dive into it. Alex has got to stay down. Will the ref award that one, or would both wrestlers grounded? And the ref will award that 1 point to blue. Taine crawls back the lead. Crawls back the lead that Alex has. By 1 more point. Alex only leading by 1 point instead of 3. 17 seconds left to go. Ten seconds left on the clock. Athletes probably need a breather. One might go for the other. Alex trying to stay in. Alex does get pushed out. And Taine does manage to crawl that lead back, bringing it to an even 3-3. That's half time for the athletes. 30 seconds to catch their breath. This will be a battle of wills this match, I assume. Taine's coach getting right in there, showing him some technique real quick. Not sure if that's the best thing to do with a Taine wrestler, but it's probably working for them so far. Taradale have had a great day on the mat so far. Matt or Porter, word of the day, Porter, wrestling there. All right. The referee brings us back for the second half of this match between Alex Collins and Taine Evans. Alex in the red for Dilworth, Taine Evans in the blue for Taradale. Heavy on his head, circling around. And beautiful leg attempt. Alex circling about and earns himself 2 points. Taine careful not to go to his back, but he goes for the head and arm. Gets a reversal. That's 2 points. Circles to the back. Maintains that dominant position. And we're even, 5-5 apiece. Tyne looking to turn. Trying to get his body out to the right side. Doesn't do enough. The referee says, let's stand the back up. Let's go again. Minute 19 on the clock. It's tiring stuff. The boys still shaking hands. Clearly tired. Hands on hips or hands on hip it. Tyne goes for the double leg. He needs more power. Alex is a big unit. Alex grabbing the shirt. I don't think the referee caught that, but that's all right. And if Alex can just get around to the back, he'll score an easy 2 points. But Tyne is making it very difficult for him at the moment. Stalemate, they're stood up again. 57 seconds left on the clock. Alex's corner screaming at him not to give up. And that's what we love to hear. We love the motivation. Kia kaha, Alex. Kia kaha, Tyne Evans. You guys have about 45 seconds left to go. Who's going to take this one out? Both heavy on each other's head. That's going to affect your breathing as well. Alex looking for the push out. Doesn't quite get it. Tyne very aware of the mat. Oh, and a beautiful 4-point takedown from Tyne Evans. He gets Alex to his back. He's looking for the pin. Alex doing a great job to keep that shoulder up. He might have it. Either way, the longer he can keep Alex here, the more likely he's going to win as the clock is winding down and winding down fast. Can Tyne pull off his second pin of the day? Yes, he can. Congratulations, Tyne Evans, on a fantastic win. 16 seconds left on the match score clock. That was a fun one. And that's the beauty of this sport. It's all about resilience, all about strength. And not so much in the body, but the mind. Great display of sportsmanship as these two hug it out, shake each other's coaches' hands. And in the background, we can see our next match getting ready to go. It looks like we've got match number 142, Cadrell Cobb versus William Webster. Let me see if I'm right. I am. No, I'm not. When we find out who we got up next, we'll let you know, but we'll be right back in just a moment.
Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees, 1,000 hectares into forest, and 7,000.
And we're back. Kia ora. Welcome to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. We're back with our next match. It looks like we have match number 142, Cadrell Cobb for St. Peter's in red, taking on William Webster from Liston in blue. William Webster off to a quick start with a 2-point takedown. Unable to roll Cobb at the moment. Ref stands them back up. 22 seconds on the clock. And the crowd is getting into this one. Oh, beautiful takedown from Webster. He turns the corner. Has he quite done it? The referee thinks so. Now he's going for the pin. He might have it, and he does. William Webster pins Cadrell Cobb. Great effort, great energy. And here we go, we are back live at Rutherford College from New Zealand Secondary Schools. We have our women's match, Kyra Baker taking on Margaret Smith. Kyra Baker and Margaret have had a fantastic day. A couple wins between them both. Kyra looking very agile, very fast. Managed to score 2 points within the first 30 seconds of this match, and now she's looking for a roll. She's got to be careful not to get thrown. Margaret is quite strong herself, and just like that, can flip a match on a dime, gets Kyra to her back, and to herself, 4 points. No, 2 points. What a fantastic effort between these two athletes. Kyra goes for that double leg, but unfortunately just finds herself on her knees and gives Margaret the opportunity to get in behind for a quick 2 points. Margaret looking to roll. She's got the head and the leg. Can she get the cradle? She's going to lock the hands. Kyra bellies out. Stays safe. Just over a minute gone in this match. 53 seconds left on the clock for this half. Who's going to win next? Kyra gets around the head and arm. Squeezing tight. Can she get the pin? If she looks to the ceiling, she'll be able to put more weight into Margaret. Margaret's stuck, and that is that. Kyra Baker with the pin. Fantastic effort from the two. Brilliant wrestling, especially from these young ladies today. We'll be right back with the next match.
Mana kore ana tōre wha. Hei, pauri atu.
And welcome back. We've got our second installment of a match between Charlize Chandra and Louisa Valle. They've already had a match between each other. Charlize earning a pin in that last match. Let's see how these two go. Charlize representing Waiuku in the red. Louisa Otumotai in the blue. Louisa pushing strong. But Charlize really knows how to turn the corners, and just like that, gets around on a low single. She switches to a double, comes same side, is able to get Louisa to her back, pulls the arm, and I think she may have the pin. Shoulder is up. She's fighting. Charlize looking at. There we go. Charlize Chandra with a fantastic pin yet again. Fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. A few more wrestlers on standby. We'll be back in just a moment. And here we are, back again for our next match. Match number 147. We got Makuisha Sione taking on Bella Kilmatova. Sione in the red, Kilmatova in the blue. Right away, these two are at each other. Really attacking around the head. Kilmatova looking for that head and arm throw. Sione takes a double leg. She just needs to finish it now. Bella Kilmatova doing a great job of not giving up the points just yet. She's trying to get around, and the two goes to Sione. But Kilmatova straight back on her feet. Sione looking for the lift and the drop. She's got to get her hips underneath her. Kilmatova potentially able to roll her through. She can lock her hands. And that's a 4-point takedown to Sione, taking her lead 6-0. Kilmatova around the head. intertwined, sitting out, looking for a reversal. Can't quite get it. Trying to step over. Doesn't have it just yet. Sione in the red, staying strong. And Sione with a beautiful double leg. Finds a way right in there. Hasn't quite finished the takedown, just needs to get to her back. Kimoltova putting up a great fight. But if Sione can roll her, she'll win this match. Kimoltova cannot afford to give up any more points. She's fighting, she's on top, she gets her a 2-point reversal. She's going for the pin. Doesn't quite achieve it. She's locking the half Nelson, but she needs a little bit more on the neck. Referee might stand them up soon. Kimoltova giving it a big effort. Can't quite get it. Ref stands them back up. 6 points is the difference. And here we go. Strong effort from Kimoltova. She is not going to go down without a fight. There's 4 seconds left in the half. Kimoltova, can she get the 2 points? She can. Just in time. Bringing the score 8-4. Half time. And this has turned into a great match. And here we go for your second half. Kimoltova taking on Sione. Sione in red. Right into that double leg again. Can she get the lift? She can. She gets a 4-point takedown. But Kimoltova reverses it. And she's got Sione on her back. She earns herself 2 points. 12-6. 6 points of difference. Sione needs to wrestle smart here, not give up the extra 2. Kimoltova staying strong. Trying to roll her. Sione's coach in her corner, giving her some clear instructions to remove Kimoltova's hands from her head. This is a great match between these two young ladies. Bella unfortunate to give up her legs again, but Sione with the double leg, she's going for the lift again. She gets herself 4 points and almost has the pin. Bella stays relentless and will not give up. That is a spread of 10 points. And that is the match, ladies and gentlemen. Malkushia Sione wins by 4. Technical 4. Fantastic effort. The crowd in behind this. Big round of applause. What a great match. We'll be back with our next one in just a moment.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start.
And here we go. Our next match. Match number 170 between Adam McCarthy of Avondale versus Nicholas Berkman of Otumoto. This is in the 55 kg freestyle category. These two wrestlers going at it. A little bit of a lighter weight than we've seen in the last few matches. And the great thing about this is they are fast, they are explosive, they love to scramble. And there's some great core strength between them at the moment as they keep rolling through 4 points to Blue. Can he get another one? He manages to get a 1 point push out. Does the ref award it? He does. That's 5-0. And here we go. In the blue, Nicholas Berkman, nice and strong, looking for that shot yet again. He manages to get Adam McCarthy down. Adam McCarthy staying nice and strong, not giving up the points yet. The ref has awarded it. McCarthy is taken to his back. Burkhead looking for the pin, settling, and he has it. Nicholas Berkman with the pin. Fantastic wrestling from these two. I really love the energy of the Avondale coach. Puts a lot of heart and soul into coaching these young men, and I'm sure they appreciate it. Up next, it looks like we have a 110 kg weight class match between St. Paul's and Avondale. Match number 205. Is that correct? Yes. Match number 205. We've got Cruz Tui from St. Paul's taking on Sebastian Awaletia from Liston. And the seniors, freestyle, 110 kg weight class. This should be a fun one. Both of these athletes have proven to be quite explosive in that 110 kg category. Let's see how they can use their strength and speed to dominate. Tui, with an underhook right away, going for the leg trip. But Sebastian, using his weight to an advantage, brings his opponent down, staying heavy on the head, reaches for the legs. Cruz Tui takes a step out of bounds. That earns Sebastian a 1 point lead. 1-0. Sebastian in blue, Tui in red. Awaletia in blue. Looking to maintain this lead or capitalize on it. He's doing a great job of getting underneath, but Cruz Tui gets his head underneath. He's just got to look up. He's going for the trip, and he manages to get the push out himself. So Tui earns himself 1 point, and we are tied 1 apiece. There we go. Athletes just looking for that opening. Typically in the bigger weight classes, you'll see a lot of underhooks, a lot of snap downs like that, looking for the throw. Tui, with a beautiful leg trip, is able to get Awaletia to his back. And the hard thing is, when you get a big boy on top, it's hard to roll through like that lighter weight, and that pin might be had. Fantastic pin to Cruz Tui. And a very fun and exciting 110 kg match. We'll be back with your next match in just a moment. Next up, we have De La Salle taking on Avondale. Your wrestlers are Zion Teo versus Zion Talatofi. So, 2 Zions, different spelling, but 2 Zions. Zion Teo in green, Zion Talatofi in blue. Teo in the singlet, Talatofi in the shorts. Let's see how this one plays out. Referee warning Talatofi of potential passivity, telling him he needs to wrestle and not pull away from his opponent. Teo with a beautiful 2-point throw from behind, looking to turn Talatofi. Talatofi showing some great energy. He's going for the legs himself. Got to be careful not to use too much energy. Fire was Teo at the moment. I look for my opportunity, and there it is. He's got the leg lace. That's 2. That's 4. That's 6. Needs one more. That's 8 points in addition to the 2-point takedown. He wins that match 10-0. Great example of sportsmanship as the two embrace. Zion Teo from De La Salle takes this one out with a fantastic fall. We will be right back with your next match. What a fantastic day we have.
Bargain with Caltex and Supergold. Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
This is a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
And we are back with your next match. We've got Duncan Alloway Allen from Kuruanui taking on August Wainga of Rutherford. August, very explosive, loves a takedown. At that 110 kg weight class category though, you'll find that if you are unable to get your opponent off balance, they can then put a lot of weight on you, bring you down. Duncan Alloway with the pin off a cradle. It's a nasty move, but it's an effective one. Congratulations, Duncan, on that cradle. Unlucky from August. He's exhibited a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm today, but technique wins in the end. And next up, we've got a fan favorite, a former training partner of myself. I've been training with this young man since he was about 15 years old. He's now 17, pushing 18. It might even be 18 actually. But Daniel Lipson, who's represented New Zealand on multiple occasions, will be stepping in at the 110 kg plus weight class category, and he'll be taking on Ian Bukish from Avondale. That match is coming up in just a moment. We'll be with you shortly.
Bargain with Caltex and Supergold. Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātou.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
I saw Daniel.
So now we've got all those groups, so now they have to come across and reach.
Oh, okay, cool, yeah. back. Kleins McLeod. Taking on Micah Uhila. Uhila in red, McLeod in blue. High energy bout. Uhila goes for the throw, doesn't quite get it. McLeod earns himself 2 points off that mistake. He's looking for a suplex, can't quite get it. Micah's just going to stay up. Micah taking to his back. McLeod earns himself 2 points. Looking for the pin. Uhila looking to fight. Uhila can get his shoulders outside the mat. They'll reset, come back to the middle, but his shoulders are stuck, even though his legs are out. And that is a pin and a win to McLeod from Avondale. We love the energy in his corner as well. Fantastic win. We'll be right back with your next match.
Aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātai.
Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Hey! Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates.
All right, next up, we've got Keanu Oliver taking on Yasuke, who's got that fantastic outside leg trip. Yasuke with underhooks, goes for the throw. Doesn't quite come off. Keanu Oliver capitalizes on that. Gets the first points of the match, 2-0. And he's looking to roll him. But Yasuke, very strong. Oliver looking to turn the corner. Can he lift Yasuke? That's great flexibility, great endurance. They come back to center, they reset, they go again. Yasuke, look out for that outside leg trip, he loves it. Keanu Oliver with a feint. Look for Oliver to attack the legs with a double leg or single leg. Yasuke will get the underhook and look for that outside trip. And right like that, he does it. He's a master of that move. And that's what you'll find in wrestling. There are a few moves that people know how to do that they can just pull on anyone, no matter who it is. Yasuke got to be careful not to go too high and get rolled. Oliver holding onto the leg. Ref might stand him up in just a second. He's got legs in. Oliver climbing. Yasuke looking to roll. And the ref has seen enough, would like them to both stand up. We're sitting at 2 apiece. Oliver will be looking for that double leg. Heavy on the head. Fatigue settling a little bit. So watch this. He gets that single leg. He pulls it in. He's looking for the trip. If he can get the trip, beautiful sprawl by Yasuke. Yasuke will capitalize with that outside trip any moment now. I'm calling it. Inside trip. Oliver gets around the back. Fantastic effort from these two. They seem to be pretty evenly matched. Sometimes when you're looking for the same move over and over again, your opponent can kind of read your towel and go again. It's a beautiful 2 points from Keanu. Keanu leads 4-2. And here we are again. Wrestlers standing very tall. Opens them up to be attacked at the hope or the hips. 13 seconds left to go. Can one of these wrestlers capitalize? Or will they let the clock wind out, catch their breath, and go again for this next half? Suki with the underhook, looks for the trip. Keanu very aware of the leg, and that is half time. These wrestlers go and take their break. Dilworth coach, highly energetic. You can tell he's really passionate about the success of his athletes. He's really in behind them. giving some great advice on how to avoid that leg trip. Richard Brahm, Commonwealth wrestler, New Zealand representative, in Yasuke's corner, teaching him what to do. And here we go. Yasuke coming out with a double leg. Probably needs to step in there a bit. Almost has that trip. Yasuke got the bigger body, so it makes that trip a little bit easier. He goes inside. But Keanu just sticking to the basics, nothing flashy, nice and strong. And yeah, just a little bit of experience there, just letting Yasuke out a little bit too early. When you got the lead, you want to stay on top of your opponent. Take up as much time. Yasuke with the underhook, looking for maybe a throw. Wrestling high. He gets the hidden arm. He might step him down and trip. It doesn't quite come off. That's the issue with the trip. You know, you put yourself in an issue. Oh, wow. Before I could even finish my thought, Keanu comes away with the pin. The comprehensive point lead as well. 10 points to 2, 8 points the difference. Awesome wrestling by Keanu Oliver. Yasuke, always entertaining to watch. Fantastic effort from these two wrestlers. We'll be right back with our next match in just a moment.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What a that flick pass.
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024. Ki Māori Active.
Randy, are you ready?
Yeah. Permission to board.
Push, push, push.
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God! I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there. Let's go!
No special karakia to speed the process.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
And welcome back. Here we are with Seb Comrie in red versus Christian Tola in blue. Both these wrestlers having great days today, relatively new to the sport. Seb Comrie on that leg, quick for a single leg. Can he turn the corner? Tola looking not to go to his back. Does well. Stay on your front. He might be able to get the reversal here. Looking for the spin. He manages to escape. Can he get a reversal? Can he earn himself? Oh, and a beautiful gator roll. He's going again. Got to be careful not to give it up right away. 2 points apiece from these two. Pretty evenly matched. Had some tough battles, but they're both looking good early on in this match. Comrie looking for that deep high crotch. Can't seem to get it. Tola with over-under. That's where he's got an underhook on one side, over on the other. He's looking for the roll again. Doesn't quite nail it. In fact, he puts himself in a controversial position. But he may be able to get around the back for two. He's just got to look around the legs. The referee stands him up. Stays 2 points apiece. Longest match of the day for these two. Let's see how that fatigue starts to settle in and play a factor. Comrie with a beautiful single leg takedown. Is able to get Tola to his back. Tola coming around the corner. Tola holding tight. Doesn't want to give up points. Doesn't want to go to his back. It's another 4 points. Tola's got to be careful that he doesn't lose 2 more points and lose the match. Seb Comrie looking to turn the corner. Gets a 4-point takedown and a 2-point roll. And that is the match. 12 points to 2. Seb Comrie wins by technical fall. His teammates cheering in the background. Fantastic wrestling by these two. We'll be right back with your next match.
Never been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
Kia ora and welcome back to New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. It's been a phenomenal day so far. Many different matches, many great displays of wrestlers new and experienced. Next up, we've got Henry Cunnan taking on Ruben Dempsey. Henry from Taradale, Ruben Dempsey from Rutherford. Henry in the red, Ruben in the blue. Let's see how these two fare up. Right away, big 4-point takedown from Henry Cunnan. Ruben, try not to get rolled. He's fighting, he's fighting. He may get turned. In fact, he does. And he's stuck on his back. Henry looking for the pin. Almost has it. Ruben's putting up a great fight. He's almost there. Congratulations, Henry Cunnan from Taradale on that epic win. Next up, we got match number 189. Josh Marshall from Westlake taking on Caleb Murphy. Both these athletes having a great day. A few wins between both of them. And here they go. Both nimble. Josh happy to give his side and is able to get a beautiful ankle pick. He's then going into a roll position. He's happy. He's happy to stand back up, but when wrestling, you've got to wait for the referee to stand you up. Otherwise, you risk being penalised. Can he get another ankle pick? Stays low, stays strong. Josh with the overhook, got an underhook on one side. Expect a big throw. Maybe a throw by. Caleb Murphy, been good at attacking the legs, but right now can't do anything with that underhook. He does trap it though. Is he going to use it in an arm throw? And just like that, Josh steps through. Hasn't quite secured the points. Caleb doing a great job staying on the back. A little bit tangled up here. Referee might stand him up. 2 points to Josh. 6-0. This one's getting away from Murphy. Josh knows that if he can score another 2, he's close to winning the match. Takes a shot. It's a 2-point takedown. Wrestlers go out of bounds. 8-0. Marshall needs 2 more points to win. Caleb Murphy desperately needs to score to make a comeback here. 30 seconds left on the clock in the half. Josh with the 2-on-1, trapping that side. Get ready for an ankle pick or a throw by. Murphy attempts a little throw himself, unable to get there, and a beautiful trip by Josh, earning himself 2 points. Takes Murphy to his back and wins the pin. Fantastic display of wrestling there from Josh Marshall. Unlucky Caleb Murphy. Both wrestlers have done so well today, but that one goes to Marshall. Next match coming to you shortly after a word from our sponsors.
What's Rawe? Pekka. Sino pai? Taiaha. Ko mohi o koe ki te hanga o te kai kōrero. I runga I te āhua o tana rāka. Hei! Croc! Manu kōrero. The makers of Rangatira. Mātaki ki te reo me Māori Plus. Rangatira.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
This is a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Kia ora. Welcome back to New Zealand Secondary School Wrestling Championships. Your next match is at 80 kgs. You've got Malu Viola Ainga taking on Slade Resoric. Malu in red, Slade in blue. Malu off with that head and arm, looking to pull Slade down. Slade manages to get the same movement. The athletes are kind of in a stalemate here. Can Malu reverse it? Yes, he can. He gets two. He's looking for the pin. He needs to look up to the sky, hips down, and hold. Slade doing a great job to back bridge. I cannot tell you enough how important a strong back bridge is. It's that ability to balance on your heels and your head only, keeping your entire body off the ground. Malu is just happy to sit here, let the clock wind down. Eventually, either Slade or the clock will give up. Malu just stay nice and controlled. Slade looking to turn the corner. He wants to get his hips as close to Malu so he can roll through. Malu doing a great job of staying perpendicular at the moment. That keeps all the weight on Slade. It is a hard position to fight from, and slowly you just start to get the weight come on your shoulder. I would imagine this match will be over soon. Slade's doing a great job of staying up with that shoulder. Malu staying on top. The pin is not quite there. Slade fights back. It's like an arm wrestle at this point. Can you get the hand down? Can you get the shoulder down? Very similar to arm wrestling. Slade gets that arm free. That's good. He may be able to turn the corner and get out here if he can. That'll be a huge comeback. And see this. See how Slade's hips are getting nice and close to Malu's? It's going to be harder and harder for Malu to finish. In fact, Slade may even be able to roll him through. There's 3 seconds left on the clock. Can Slade stay alive? And he can. 2 points apiece. Both athletes giving a huge effort. There's 2 minutes left to go. Way to get out of dodge. Awesome effort from Slade Resoric to not get pinned. And that's the beauty of the sport. You can put a lot of effort in and come away with minimal rewards. So the goal is to keep the mind sharp, focus on the next job, and realize just because you couldn't pull off that win when you had it, doesn't mean you still can't win. This is a battle of wills, battle of minds. Slade will want to get one back for that. Malu might look for that same move again. It seems to serve him well. Slade goes for the legs. Malu looking for the snap down. Manages to pull him down. Oh, he goes for the roll. Goes for the roll. Doesn't quite get it. Now, deep underhooks. Malu's going to stay up. Malu sits through. Slade able to get Malu to his back. And now Slade going for the pin. Malu's stuck. And a fantastic comeback from Slade Resoric, who was able to get the pin on Malu after almost being pinned himself. Smiles all around, high fives and hugs. Great show of swordsmanship. What a fantastic match between these two. Looks like David Lee is on deck for this next match. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 120 years ago.
It's all about focus on and off the court. My role as a coach, I think.
And we are back. David Lee takes on Miller Sharp. Miller Sharp in red for Mount Albert. David Lee in blue for Auckland. David's been having a great tournament. Really strong. Got some great technique. Finds that ankle pick well. Almost goes for a suplex, but comes away with a 2-point takedown. Miller Sharp looking to stay off his back. He's been a ball of energy as well this tournament and does a great job to get back to his stomach. David Lee with a 4-point lead. If he can turn Miller one more time, he'll get 2 points. Can't quite get it. And he does. Miller to his back. David Lee on top, looking for the pin now. Shoulder blade staying just off the ground. It looks like it's there. Referee agrees. That's a pin to David Lee. Fantastic wrestling from David Lee today. Unlucky. Miller Sharp. Great energy, great effort from both these wrestlers. And David goes with a hand raise. We have some fantastic matches still yet to come. We'll be back with those in just a moment.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
And we are back with a senior 71 kg freestyle match. In the red for Rutherford, Dominic Hurley Lawler. In the blue for Westlake, Mohammed Basuni. Basuni seems to be high of energy, working on the head. Dominic goes for that double leg, finds it. Can't quite finish it, but he's got the underhook. Double underhooks. Can he use it to his advantage? Mohammed pulling out. Mohammed staying heavy on Dom's head. Dominic staying nice and calm, avoiding the takedown. Mohammed warned for backing up too much. Fighting on the head. Dominic attempts to go for the leg. Mohammed circles round to the back. Trying to roll. Dominic doing a good job of not being rolled. Wrestlers get stood up. And it's actually a great moment. Dominic's corner is his mum, who wrestles for New Zealand. And so he's being coached by his mum at the moment. Oh, and he manages to almost get a big man's roll. But that is a 2-point takedown to Mohammed Basuni. Basuni with the leg lace. Ripping again. Can he get it one more time? Yes, he can. That takes his lead up to 10. That's 10 points to 0. Won up by technical fall, Mohammed Basuni. Fantastic effort from these wrestlers. Great energy. And I might also mention that in Mohammed's corner is Mossa, who is involved heavily with Australian wrestling and has coached a few of the Australian champions himself. So some great talent by way of coaches floating around, not just from New Zealand, but from Iran, Australia, the USA, and other parts of the world. In fact, We have 2 wrestlers from Australia here today and multiple international wrestlers, some from Germany and even one from Brazil, I believe. We'll be right back with your next match.
Atahua.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
And welcome back. Next up, we've got Sean Harding. We'll see who his opponent is in just a moment. Sean, having represented New Zealand on multiple occasions, has had a fantastic tournament today so far. I believe winning each match by either technical fall or a pin, also known as a fall. I've actually had the privilege of being in the same wrestling room as Sean. He wrestles with some of New Zealand's 74 kg champions at the senior level, not just school seniors, but national seniors. And I've seen him wrestle with Cage Brown as well, Commonwealth champion and New Zealand representative. Sean is getting ready to step up to the plate. Oh no, I stand corrected. It looks like we have another bout coming in. I'll tell you in just a moment who it is. Match number 176. We've got Miller Bliss taking on Conrad Packer. Cool. Match 176. There we go. Miller Bliss in red for Avondale, taking on Conrad Packer from Westlake. Conrad with a beautiful takedown, 4 points. Looking to pin Bliss early. I think he will, and yes he does. Conrad having a great tournament as well today. Miller Bliss having a few battles. Unfortunately, that one didn't turn into a battle for him. But shout out to Conrad Hidia Packer for that quick win. Great show of sportsmanship between the two. And your next match on deck coming up in just a moment.
Māori Active, streaming live at youtube.com/Whakaata Māori. Subscribe now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using
Kia ora tātou, welcome back. Match number 177, Noah Lungan taking on Idris Amini. He served Matt earlier today. They're both feisty. In that lighter weight class, so they move very, very fast, very strong. Noah with a good push out of Idris, earns himself 1 point. These two athletes have a lot of energy, actually have a lot of strength as well. It'll be a battle of who can get to each other's legs, who can stay calm, who can not give up points, and a beautiful trip. Noah hasn't quite scored. Idris just needs to get around the back, and he does. He reverses that to actually score 2 points himself. He's looking to pin Noah. Noah looking to get over. He's got the half Nelson. Can he do it? Just got to drive. He does. He sits through. And a great pin to Idris Amini. He's had a few battles today. Come up short a few times, but on that occasion, he does it. Congratulations, Idris. His coach thinks so as well. Fantastic stuff between the two. Great show of sportsmanship between the two. And it's a fun day. It's fun seeing some matches take the full round. Some matches go down to the wire, some matches finish early. That's the beauty of wrestling. Next up, looks like we've got our 55 kg weight class. Match number 172. Sean Caitlis from Liston in the red, taking on Angus Reid in the blue. Angus Reid from Wraithkill, excuse me. I believe these two have wrestled maybe at 1 point today. This may be the second match between them. And they are off. Angus demonstrating he's got a good wrestling stance. Sean, new to the sport, putting up a good fight right now, not to give up his points quite yet. Oh, he has given up 4 points, but he goes to his back. He's looking to fight, looking to get off his back. He's looking to turn. Angus, nice and strong. Wins himself the fall. Congratulations, Angus Reid. And congratulations, Sean Caitlis, for getting out there, giving wrestling a crack. I believe this may be his first tournament. Many more to come, and I'm sure some wins along the way on that journey as well. Fantastic
stuff. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite like top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Feel the mana.
Can I get a hiya?
Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your brother.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget, a design he was paying for. So he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try!
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Funding is a real challenge. We know that a lot of schools face that ongoing, and the reality is if you go to a lower decile school in New Zealand, you are less likely to be able to afford to participate in sport.
Obviously, having come through it myself with kids and being one of those kids myself who played sport, I know how much it defined who I was. And now being able to go, I can't fix it all, but we can help and try and give to those people who are going through tough times.
This isn't an ad about four-wheel drives. It's about knowing the place, as well as the locals.
You found the place. That's a good start. Built by my great-grandfather 20 years ago.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learned here in NZSS.
Global warming is incredibly serious. We need to cut emissions, but we need to also absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. Growing trees is the only tool we have in the toolbox for taking carbon out of the atmosphere that we can do at scale. Pinus radiata takes carbon out of the atmosphere at about 5 to 10 times the rate of native planting. And so what New Zealand Carbon Farming are doing is planting the Pinus radiata to absorb the carbon, and then they're transitioning that forest into native forest so that we get the biodiversity benefit.
I've got no skeleton, got nothing to hide.
It's a great stirrer.
It's trepidation, anticipation.
She's a game changer.
come celebrate the stories of our Māori heroes. Whakanuia.
Lots of celebrations, so many laughs, going to be amazing.
I'm a bit of a fan.
Ta.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing the stories from the St. Joe's days.
Oh, she is the sweetest person and also one of the most scary people I've ever met. Yeah.
Uncle, he's the man.
Biggest fan base is 50-plus-year-old Pākehā woman.
No. That's not true.
Bring it on.
Whakanuia. Te whakapaho ake ana ki whakaata Māori me Māori Plus.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
Pats. Raue. Pekka. Sino pai. Tai aha. Ko mōhi o koe ki te hanga o te kai kōrero. I runga I te āhua o tana rāka. Oi. Croc. Manu kōrero. The makers of Rangatira. Mātaki ki te reo me Māori Plus. Rangatira.
Want to catch a fuel bargain with Caltex and Supergold? Scan your Caltex app, Flybuys or Airpoints for 6 cents off per litre with Pumped. And show your Supergold card for an extra 2 cents off. Ah, feels good.
It's a solid region, I reckon.
Aha, they're the OGs.
It's a banger.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Te hihi oki. Mana kore ana tōre wha. Ei, pauri atu.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this sports facility. The client sent out their brief. And when it came to the 4 submissions, we impressed the client with a proposal that went over and above. Because we'd done things differently. We'd pulled together a team of experts, looked around the world for inspiration, and exceeded the client brief. We even brought it in on budget by reducing fees and prioritising function over form. At Apollo, we're more innovative, create specialist project teams, deliver on our promises, and build to the budget. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Jason Bill and we farm around the Mid-North. We took a review of our business a couple of years ago, sort of identified challenges that we had. One was profitability, and we'd noticed on our steep hill country we're getting more and more erosion. We looked around to diversify, looked at forestry to plant on our steeper country. For us, it really addressed those concerns. By doing the forest farm model, we feel like we're getting the best of both worlds. And I'm really excited and I really do believe in this model. I think it's the way of the future.
E tiro aroha nau ki ngā mahi toi katoa, ngā mahi auaha. He pōrangi mātai. Toi tū te rangi, toi tū te whenua, toi tū te reo Māori, toi ata ki te ao.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For My role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them like grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Hey. Sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's learning when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
Kia ora and welcome back to the New Zealand Secondary Schools Wrestling Championships. We're at Rutherford College and we are now into the finals of today. So, this is a semi-final match between David Lee and Ryland O'Shea. Ryland in red, David in blue. Both wrestlers have had fantastic days, plenty of wins. Let's see who can edge the other out and secure the win. Bit of a tight position. Oh, and a beautiful hit throw by David Lee. He gets a 4-point takedown. And Ryland does a good job to stay in the scramble. David going for another takedown. Doesn't get the separation, so doesn't get a new takedown set to score more points. But here he goes. He's cranking on it, trying to turn Ryland. Ryland trying to break the hands. Almost on his back, finds his front. Fantastic wrestling from both these wrestlers. Right back into it. Ryland setting the pace. David Lee catching his breath. Understands he has the lead. Doesn't want to give up any points easy. Gets throughout the body. He's looking for the body lock. He gets it. And he gets another 2. David Lee's lead. Race out to 6 points to 0. And the referee stands the athletes back up. Referee just giving a warning to the referee. David Lee going for the leg. Ryland O'Shea looking to push out for 1 point. Stays on his knees. If he stays down. Oh, and a gator roll from David Lee. He needs one more to win, and he gets it. That is 10 points to 0 and a technical fall. He may even pin him, and he pins him. Fantastic win for David Lee, who wins 10 Pito to 0 and also scores the pin. Round of applause from the crowd today. Next up, we've got Josh Marshall taking on his opponent from Taradale in red. Josh Marshall in blue, Taradale in red. Marshall representing Westlake. And Westlake with a step through. Manages to score a fast 2 points. He's looking to turn him again. He does so. Athlete's on his back, and he gets the pin. Josh Marshall. Fantastic day so far. Next match coming up in just a moment. Next up,
Māori Active, streaming live at youtube.com/Whakaata Māori. Subscribe now.
The forest should never have been taken off this steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
Get the Māori Plus app. Download now on Google Play or the App Store with exclusive viewings and 100% ad-free.
Quite top tier.
Watch us anywhere, anytime. Make Māori Plus your mate and stream now.
The forest should never have been taken off the steep hill country that's eroding, and it makes absolute sense to afforest those hills. What we're doing here is using the exotics to help that process get established. We're looking at a managed transition process where those pines are progressively thinned as the native understory establishes. We're trying to do several things here. Soak up carbon, establish native forest, and we're trying to improve biodiversity. You're achieving an awful lot with one program of activity.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
This isn't about long-distance calling, technology, or living overseas.
Do I have one more bid? Thank you.
We're going to go once. We're going twice.
And we are sold to the Kiwi phone bidder from Manchester.
It's about Bailey's finding buyers that others can't.
It's all about focus, on and off the court. For my role as a coach, I think it's bringing people together. It's massive for me to watch them grow from one step to another. It could be through the sport or personally as well. It's just as much about the mental game as it is about the physical game. That's what I've learnt here in NZSS.
I'm Trevor Johnson, and I'm a sheep and beef farmer from the Forgotten World Highway. Some of the country we bought was quite steep and difficult. We have pushed those blocks to pine trees. 1,000 hectares into forest and 7,000 hectares will stay in grazing. To me, it's just the best use of land. If you've got land that is not so productive, it's a marvellous way of increasing your income.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like at this dairy dryer. The cladding on the building that houses the dairy dryer needed to be replaced. So they called us up. First, we inspected the cladding. The cost implications of shutting the dryer down were huge, particularly from the loss of production, which is much higher than the actual reclad costs. So we came together as a team. We said, why don't we replace the cladding while the dryer is still operational? No one had ever done that before, which meant working with the client on hygiene requirements. We wrapped the dryer in 2 layers to create a hygiene envelope, while the old panels were removed and the new ones installed, all while the dryer continued to work. By thinking outside the square and working as a team, the project was completed with no disruption to production, and it was a world first. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
Our top rangatahi.
Wow.
Go head to head.
What are that flick pass?
Watch every player.
What a try.
Every game live on Māori Active. Winter Tournament 2024 ki Māori Active.
Randy, are you ready?
Yeah. Permission to board. Push, push, push.
Giving up is not an option.
You could just feel the weight away.
Oh my God! I could see myself here on a beautiful sunny day, doing some mad manus in there. Let's go.
No special karakia to speed the process.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Take this for example. This wine turret doesn't look very well designed. So we called the tank manufacturer to check. We asked, why is the turret away from the side of the tank? They said, because it's always been that way. So we had to think. What if the turret was next to the catwalk? Sounds good. So that's what we did. Now the wine turret is better designed, better value, easier to use, and safer. I think that deserves a toast. Apollo Projects. No assumptions.
Kia ora koutou. Welcome back to New Zealand Secondary Schools. We have our final for the 110 kg weight class between Zion Tui and his opponent from St. Paul's. Both wrestlers have been showing a lot of dominance today. Big boys who can move. And a huge and strong effort. Zion gets away with 2 points, but they don't come easy. Circling around the back. He lets his opponent up. He's got to play to the whistle. We're sitting at 2 pedal to 0. Again, these boys will be looking to use their size, get heavy on the other, tie the other one out, and explode through. Beautiful shot. Zion looking at circle the corner. Zion in red and the green singlet. His opponent in blue. Beautiful feint, and the beauty about those feints, especially on the bigger boys, is it takes a lot of energy to kind of to sprawl back and buy into the feint. That is a 1 point push out to blue. And we sit 2-1 to De La Salle. De La Salle versus St. Paul's is actually a matchup that many of you may be familiar with if you're interested in rugby league. Two very strong league schools who have had many great battles. And here we see these two schools going at it on the wrestling mat. Or wrestling pora, for those of you who speak te reo. Referee just warning these wrestlers to stay engaged, keep wrestling. Both looking to catch their breath. They've got 15 seconds left to go on the half before they get their well-earned break. But who can capitalise at this moment? Zion going for the push-out. Almost has it, and he does. Zion extends his lead by 2 points. 3 points to 1. About 6 seconds left on the clock. Athletes will be happy to go to the break. And there we go. Half time. 2 minutes left to go. Each athlete will get 30 seconds to catch their breath, talk to their coach, reset and go again. Fantastic, here we go, right back into it. Oh, ref hasn't quite started the clock. Wrestlers are eager though. Looks like that break's paid off. And here we go, 2 minutes left. This is for the gold medal at the 110 kg weight class. Zion with a great sprawl. His opponent from St. Paul reaching in. Zion looking to get to the back. Zion's on the back, scores himself 2 points. Lead extends by 4, 5-1. Could he roll him? Big man's roll as he looks to trap that arm. Our wrestler from St. Paul. Referee stands them back up. Minute 27 left to go. Athletes clearly tired. They're showing a lot of fight. Blue being put on the passivity call and needs to keep working. But he'll be all right with that. He wants to pick his correct moment. He doesn't want to rush in there. 1 minute left to go. Can Zion keep his lead? Can his opponent take it from him? So I'm going to be careful not to be pinged from the referee for hands to the head. Seconds left to go. Oh! And a beautiful 4-point throw. And just like that, it is all tied up. Correction, Master of Matt has deemed that a 1 point to red for the push out. So the athlete in blue is actually pushed out. And now the refs will go and deliberate on that ruling. So this happens momentarily throughout different wrestling matches. You have three referees on the mat at a time. The referees are able to identify the correct ruling. So even though you may see one with the whistle, there are 2 other referees, one known as the Master of the Mat, who can help give final rulings on that. So they deemed that Zion was able to push his opponent outside the circle before he was thrown to his back. .24 seconds left to go. Zion biding his time. His opponent looking for a big move. He gets in on the body. Zion manages to throw him to the back. Wins 4 points. And that is a spread of 10. And the match ends 11 points to 1 with the winner by technical 4, Zion 2. What a fantastic effort, and your gold medal in the 110 kg weight class for today. All right, your next match will be up in just a moment. It's Josh Marshall versus David Lee. David Lee representing Auckland, Josh Marshall, Westlake. It's a battle of the bridge. Here we go. This is a final as well, I believe in the 80 kg weight class. Both these wrestlers very technical, very strong. You've seen Josh Marshall go for the ankle pick quite a lot today. I wonder if he'll be able to do it. Yes, he does. He gets the ankle pick on David Lee. It's been his bread and butter all day. David Lee, also very technical. Loves a reversal, so will David be able to kind of bide his time, get the stand up and go again? And like I said, he gets that reversal attempt. He's coming around the legs. Josh looking not to give it the points. He's trying to keep that arm under the armpit, not give anything up. And they are away. Coach put on warning for being a little bit too over-eager. David Lee comes back. No, does not score 2 points. So Josh Marshall up by 2. Josh Marshall looking to finish this off, or will he go for the 1 point? David Lee gets Marshall to his back. 2 points. That's 2-point roll for Josh Marshall. He goes again, another 2 points. Master and Matt, Master and Matt awards it, 8-1. Marshall needs 3 more points to win this. David looking to make a comeback in that second half.
Can I get up here with Conrad from Aquinas, please? And Carla from Elwood. Conrad from Aquinas and Carla from Elwood, please.
And here we go, both wrestlers had a chance to speak to their coaches, catch their breath. We've got 2 minutes left. Can David Lee manage a comeback? He's down by 5. Marshall looking to maintain that lead. This is a gold medal match, winner takes all. Underhook by Marshall. David Lee with a high crotch coming around. Marshall with a hidden arm. He might attempt a gator roll. He decides against it to go around the back. David Lee scrambled, looking to lift. Marshall, great distance control. Heavy on the head. Looking for the snap down. May even go for the roll. Gets around the leg and he's got the cradle. He brings David Lee into the cradle position. And a pin to Josh Marshall, who wins New Zealand Secondary Schools Championship and the gold medal in the 80 kg weight class. Congratulations, Josh. Well fought battle between him and David Lee. Awesome to hear the crowd give these guys a round of applause. Josh loves it. And many matches today. Fantastic effort from the boys. Up next, we have the final of the under 71 kg weight class. Sean Harding taking on Mohamed Bassoni. Sean Harding representing for New Zealand. Mohamed Bassoni, strong wrestler in his own right. And right away, they're off. Sean, low leg, into a double leg. Looks for a big throw. It gets away, he goes for the leg lace. Mohamed giving that leg lace to him. Referee may stand them up in just a moment. Mohamed doing a good job, not giving up any more points. Sean, happy to go back to the top. And I love watching this weight class. It's probably the most competitive weight class, not just at this tournament, but in the world. There's speed, there's power, there's strength. A lot of these guys can lift as heavy of weights as the 97 kg or 86 kg weight class. In some cases, these guys can physically lift 2 or 3 times their body weight. And on top of that, they can move faster than a bullet. So, as we've seen there, Sean Harding able to get another 2 points, extended his lead 4-0. He's got the leg trap. He might go for a roll. The referee stands him back up. And this is what Sean's great at. He'll just keep chipping and chipping and chipping away. But Mohamed's not going to go away easy. He's strong in his own right. He's got the underhook himself. And I imagine we may see a high crotch or just like that, an attempt to do a throw by. Points haven't been awarded yet. And they do go the way of Sean Harding. Lead 6-0. We reset Sean, 4 points away from the goal. At this moment, Mohammed will be thinking, I need to score, but he can stay patient. He's got a long time left to go. 2 minutes 30 left in the match, 30 seconds left in the half. Sean doing a great job of moving his opponent around, finding that opening. Goes for the throw. Doesn't quite come off. Mohammed with that underhook. Sean with a throw by. Same underhook. Gets the 2. Sean is within 2 points of winning the gold medal. Looking for the roll. Ref happy to stand them back up. And it all comes down to this. 6 seconds on the clock. Left in the half. Sean versus Mohammed. Sean with an 8-point lead. If he gets 2 points, he wins the gold. We've hit half time. The boys reset and go again. Here we go, final 2 minutes of the match. We are on Sean 2 points away from winning. But can Mohammed make a comeback? Sean with a beautiful duck under, gets around the back. He's going for the throw, but he decides to settle. Gets the 2-point takedown, and that is a beautiful technical fall by way of Harding. Great wrestling from these 2 wrestlers today. Sean Harding, your victor, the under 71 kg weight class. Fantastic wrestling from these 2. We'll be right back with your next match.
Feel the mana. Can I get a hiya?
Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your partner.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's saluting when some genius.
For those viewing at home, this is a junior match where we will cut to ads, just as we will not be broadcasting any junior matches today.
Feel the mana. Can I get a hiya?
Do you know what it's like to be in a body that you can't connect to?
I'm not your partner.
You are a boy and not a girl!
Whatever it is, I'm here for you.
Make Māori Plus your mate. Download the app today.
Hey, sport is about more than just the game. It's about going from teammates to best mates. It's the high fives and helping hands. It's saluting when to back yourself or back your buddies. It's actually being excited to get out of bed early on a Saturday. Sport is about more than just the game. That's why Caltex is proud to help fuel school sports.
At Apollo Projects, we create better outcomes because we never make any assumptions. Like this privately owned swimming centre that was still in the planning stages. The owner spent 8 years trying to make the project viable, but the design was continually over budget. A design he was paying for. So, he called Apollo to help, because he trusted us to deliver. We got to know the critical success factors of the business. The current building plans had lost sight of what was needed. We took a fresh approach, starting with the most important aspect of the facility, the water bodies. Then balanced the critical success factors of function, form, and cost to bring the designs in on budget. Finally, we could deliver the owner the new facility he needed. At Apollo, we understand your key success factors, put function over form if required, deliver what is needed at the highest quality, have lower operating costs, and always have very happy clients. Like this one, who was pretty stoked. Apollo Projects. No assumptions, better outcomes.
All right, kia ora tātou. We are back with our final wrestle of the day. We've got the 64 kg wrestling final between Keanu Oliver taking on his opponent from Terradale, Taine Evans. This match will be underway in just a moment. Gold medal on the line. And here we go. Keanu Oliver in the red, Taine Evans in the blue. Strong in and around their head. Taine Evans having some win with a few pins. Keanu Oliver grinding out some full-time wins as well. Both love an attack around the head, get real heavy on the head. Keanu not afraid to attack those legs. Referee warning them of stalling. There's a lot of positions that the referee will look to change. I believe there may have been a short pull, grabbing on the shorts. Happens with the baggy stuff. That's typically why people wrestle in singlets. Of Keanu Oliver with the snap down. Oh, Keanu reaching for legs. Grabs those legs. And he manages to almost squeeze out a takedown. Evans looking to roll. Keanu on top. No points. Keanu is awarded 2 points. Evans goes for the roll. Evans awarded 2 points. We're 2 apiece now. Keanu 2 points. Those 2 points aren't awarded to Keanu. So here we sit. 2 points apiece. Level. 30 seconds left to go on the half. Bit tied up. Wonder if the referee will stand them up. He does. Great effort from these two boys. Keanu heavy on the head, pulling the athletes down. Beautiful snap down and a gator roll. He gets Taine to his back. The pin's imminent, and a beautiful pin to Keanu Oliver. He gives a beautiful kiss to the sky and secures the gold medal for Dilworth. Fantastic effort between these two athletes. Fantastic wrestling. And as these athletes exit, we'd just like to thank our sponsors involved today. We'd love to thank all those in the wrestling community who have helped put this event on. Thank you to New Zealand Secondary Schools for this championship. And in closing, nō reira, kia oti wa motu mahi I tēnei rā, ki ngā kai whakahaere, me ngā kai whakataitai, kia haumare te haere, tēnā koutou katoa, kua tūhono mai ki tēnei hōtaka noho ora mai. From all of us here, Whakaata Māori, we thank you and have a good night.